Great,
All
give me
right,
one
now,
second.
that should be broadcasting, right? Should start coming out here in a minute. All right. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. But that's the URL right there. So I'm going to email it to you. Give me a second.
This one here? Yeah. Okay, so try what I just gave you.
See here. Two.
Got it. All right, I need to adjust ISO.
You need what?
I need to make some adjustments here.
Oh, yeah. You're good. Okay. Good.
She's a
All
good
right.
person to know. She's an organizer for unions. Anything and everything involving unions.
Me neither. That's what we got.
You have a union? Yeah.
Well, let me email it to you. We'll do it on your phone.
You have to put it into my.
Okay, so Don, I'm going to try and send it again. This time, hopefully. Just stay the way you are. Don't even
Somebody's
Okay, I'm serious. You and Sarah are so calm. But people like me and Don.
Try to stay calm.
Oh, thank you for being like that. Is that one?
I'm not compulsive.
Okay, here we go.
I didn't know it was a problem.
Yes, at this point, yeah.
All right, now I didn't get it yet. As soon as it comes.
It's not your fault. This is definitely something's going on with this system.
Go ahead, bro.
Email is not going
Later.
I can't even pull it up. I'm trying to pull up. I tried to send it from my Google Drive as an email. So now I'm going to try and send it as a regular email.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Email me the link.
No, look, this is what I'm getting.
So it's a forwarded mess. Oh, I see. It's just doing
The total is now.
the loading. All right, so
I was in.
here it comes. It's just very. There you go.
Oh, but that's not the one I want.
So what do you need?
I'll find it. I don't remember it.
They changed it. I'll tell you about it when I'm getting it.
Gentleman over there on the ground. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for noticing.
All right. Hey, Jacob, can I ask you one more wrinkle?
There it is. Now,
Can you make a hard recording of what goes in that camera?
Let me check. I should be able to.
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Because I'm going to use that as my main camera to post.
D-O-N, just put D-O-N at the top here where the arrow is. And his name should pop up. There he is, Don DeVar. Okay.
All right, thanks. I'm here.
Kevin, you okay? You found enough easels? Yes. Okay. Jimmy Dobella is sending a whole case of empanadas, and the guy's supposed to be here at 4:30. And Mia is coming with a big sweat.
Oh, I know what I'm doing here.
A case of water.
That's definitely that.
Okay. I have it, and I also forwarded it to Don, but I'll bring it up.
Hey, Dolores.
What am I doing?
Ernesto was supposed to bring his car.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
Well, she's got a big one. Yeah, Poynter, she's got one.
I'm a bishop.
Okay, yes. And Sheila, I have two, I mean, Lisa, I have two things for
Much
you.
work.
Did you get a program?
I got it. Thank you so much.
Isn't it gorgeous?
Oh, yes, the program.
Anything I can do for you, Don?
I think I'm good. I think I just had a
That's what I
brilliant
said.
idea. Let's
Right,
make this
I
whole
agree.
motherfucking
Because the performance of it. I agree with you. Lisa, here you go. Those have little comments on it. Read comments about it. But you know everybody from that already. I also gave Mike that opportunity.
Great, great. And I have printed some out, some extra out as well.
Did it come yet, John?
wait,
email with
hold
that?
on, let's take a look.
Still, how are you?
Yes, looks like we're on the second.
Oh, hallelujah.
Okay, here you go. But even better, you know what I'm gonna have up there in the meantime during the program? A big screen of the program.
Okay.
In other words, my live stream
Uh-huh.
is gonna be up on that screen too.
Okay. But we definitely want bounce pictures circulating up there.
Sending audio to the camera.
Good.
I see your microphone, John. I'm sure.
Good. Let me tell you what I'm taking whatever the fuck audio goes into the
Yeah.
thing and sending that out, recording that.
Yeah.
All the rest of the shit don't matter.
As long as you're sure that you're getting it.
Yeah.
If you have like the digital software,
Yeah. No, this is it. I got it's here. It's
yeah, I just mean checking audio.
oh, all right. Let's see. Where the hell's the audio on this fucking thing? This is some non-fucking.
Do you have your
No, I didn't bring it. Yeah. I can't touch the audio.
Do that
I mean, I
again.
see the mic is small.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I see. So that should do it. Because you're in 248.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So you got any audio on the HDMI?
So is this monitoring this?
Yeah, this is monitoring straight. This is off YouTube. This is my YouTube.
But I mean, these are.
I hope you're gonna hear something in there after I just plugged it in a splitter. Here.
Okay, so right now I'm hearing.
Noise.
Yeah, but I'm hearing from this camera.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna turn this off.
Good. Oh, wow, ain't that good?
Yeah.
Put your phone down. We won't steal it.
Better?
It'll be like 20 seconds. Okay, so I'm still hearing it. So I think maybe the audio source on here.
Okay, did you read the
That's mute settings. Camera audio. Yeah, got it. Let's see. Speaker should be. No, there you go. Should be.
Speaker should be.
Okay. Black Magic should be speakers, right?
Sorry, mic should be black.
Okay, and it is.
Can you click on options?
Hold on a second. Black Magic. Okay. What'd you say? Options. Where's that at?
That's great.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not quite getting it. I mean, I'm not sure what I'm.
Let me see what you have. I'll tell you what. Sit there. Go scratch on my computer.
Well, so the camera's getting the board feed.
Oh, the camera's getting the board feed. So what's the board?
It should
I'm
be
getting something right now.
So you're receiving
Okay.
something here, right?
So it's a matter of switching the inputs to.
Yeah.
It sounded like a computer.
Yeah.
The mic on it.
I just muted all of the audio. And let's see if it stops.
No, I'm still getting it. Whatever this is plugged into,
Is what I'm getting.
Stupid me. Yeah, that's me. Dumbass. Hang on. No,
So what is this?
no, it was a fucking. No, I had the goddamn monitor.
Oh, I got
feeding
you.
it to the audio like
Okay.
an asshole.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So this should just be playback, right?
Yeah, this is just gonna be video playback
Okay.
up there. This lets me know we're on the air,
Yeah.
and during the program,
Yeah.
am I on top? Is it too close to the AC over here or anything? You getting a hump now? Let me ask you one other question. Okay, so why am I not getting this up there?
I think because your display settings are.
I mean, what do I gotta do?
Uh,
Oh, I understand. I'm 125% or some shit like that.
I think you're just. You want to set this to duplicate. Right?
Set it, yeah, set it on whatever. There you go. Beautiful, thank you, buddy.
I gotta get up to the other event.
Go do your thing.
Can you keep troubleshooting this?
What else?
We just gotta make sure.
Okay.
Because you should be sending to.
Yeah, it's sent.
So this is coming into two.
Oh, hold on, I got.
So we make two on.
All right, I should be listening here. What am I doing?
So you're getting, watch your ears.
Oh, gotcha. Good.
You should be hearing static.
I don't hear anything yet, but I did hear this.
But I see you're getting something. Here, can you just kill that?
Don't.
Yeah.
You know, I'm still getting something. What the hell is it?
Well, you're on the microphone.
It's Black Magic Design.
I just shut that off and it's still good.
All right, do you mind if I download some
Don't
software?
do whatever you want. Yeah. Go for it, bro.
You know what's going on in DC?
I'll take my name off of that too. Jesus Christ. And this is branded with my name too.
It's your fault. You're my fault. Right.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, the remote, what do you mean? I think you just kind of got to match it. It for sure works. That can be the last thing. Sorry.
I feel like I should be doing more, but I just never know how to do it.
Okay, so we for sure have that.
So here's the power on those two. Let's take this one. Shit. Where's this go? Uh-huh. 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 Shit. Okay. And then this one.
Everybody, the food will be available shortly. Baby, we got vegan, we got
No, I understand. Would it be too crazy for me to upgrade this?
So, you can do whatever you want, but I have to go. Sir.
Oh, you got a bunch of other shit to do.
Sorry, man.
No, that's all right. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, throw in the thing there. Thanks. Yeah, just throw it in there. No, just that. Let's see, where's my notebook? Let's see, where's my Panasonic? You want to pull the Panasonic out of there? There's one more camera. Oh, there's that. That's a Canon. Oh, right, because I'm not using the camera one. I only got two of those.
You got it? Cool. Sorry, man. Thanks. It's just like it's a tough one. Yeah. Cool. Let me look on the program as it says.
5. So no, 5 is
Okay.
over.
So really 6.
5:30. We got an hour.
Yeah.
Now, what am I navigating here? All right, so actually, how did I unplug? Well, I unplugged the headphones. So that's sending sound goes to there. So if I take this down for a sec, and I find a folder of all those people's testimony, this, for example, and I find
And you got audio out.
So I'm testing now. I don't hear that.
Well, yeah, because he's.
Oh, he's not there. He's not on board. Gotcha.
Yeah, we got it.
All right, works.
All right. Still need
Cool.
me to, or you were good with the audio?
Yeah, we were just doing a quick.
We got it. We're
test.
cool. Yeah.
I'm downloading this. Okay, this isn't good.
Got 86, is that good?
Yeah, that's great. You were amazing. Definitely have that. What's the problem?
It's just even though the correct audio is set,
Yeah,
it appears to be taking.
it's choosing something else.
It's choosing like this.
But how?
Because there's nothing like there's no. This doesn't have an actual microphone.
Yeah, no, but you know what it does have? It has a stereo mini in.
Yeah, but you're not.
No, but maybe you can send me a feed from the board or the stereo mini in. Let's see if it switches it somehow. Well, you know what? First of all, if I plug the stereo mini in there, if it's going to switch it, it'll shut the fucking sound off, right? One of those labs.
Well, it doesn't have a mic.
Say again?
I don't think it is like a mic reader.
No, I'm just saying what I wanted to do. Yeah, okay. Do me a favor. Restore it to where it was. Listen to that. So you're still hearing what you were hearing before, right? You're not hearing anything. Well,
But we're not.
oh, okay. And that might be because, oh yeah.
So this is correct for sure.
Hello, testing.
But we're not.
All right, so see, look, something's reading here,
Yeah.
and we don't want it to be reading because we're not. It's reading me. So now let me see what happens if I switch that. Testing 1 2. All right, that's what I was looking to see.
No, it's in fact.
It's not that. Hold on. There's that. Hold on, there's another one over here. Maybe
You're just sending tone to me.
hold on. Take a look. Oh, sorry.
Can we get a power? Like a power?
Clock. Probably. No, it's not.
All right, hold on.
This isn't going to be helpful. Hang on. Just 1 second.
Oh, look, I'm not sure if I heard it or not. No, I'm just hearing it on you. Oh, you know what? Shoots.
That doesn't matter.
Yes, it shouldn't. Right? Is there something on this side?
Except, you know what? I don't think this will do it, but.
Nope. You know what else? Hang on a sec. I'm going to unplug one at a time, the 2 cameras. See the stuff.
And then, okay, we're just gonna, instead, we're gonna go, this has an XLR.
Oh,
Just go directly into it.
yeah, very good. Very, very good. And I got to connect this motherfucker here. Shit, hang on a second.
Cool. And we faxed that earlier, so we know that works.
Yeah. Hang on 1 sec. Stop. Here. My mic in is closest to the screen. Hello, testing. That's this. Yeah, I'm good at that. Yeah.
So, are you hearing that, or you're just getting it here?
No, I'm not hearing shit. I must be plugged into. Hang on a
Done.
minute.
I'm really sorry. I gotta run.
All right, go ahead. We'll figure.
It wouldn't be ideal. But...
Are you good with this pattern?
Damn it.
All right. I'm sorry, folks.
Go, man. I know you got to go. Thank you. So that's this. Yeah, all right. That works. Headphone. Device that I plug in. Headphone.
The thing is, how many cameras do you have connected right now?
Well, right now, only two. I can do it even with only one just to get this straightened out.
Is this? That's the camera.
That's what he just told me to do, just so we have some audio to go ahead and do a stream. But
Go to the default.
try that.
spell my own name. It's Poynter. And so that way they were laughing out of it.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I just want to say welcome. We're going to be starting very soon. We are here for a very, very important and profound and monumental event to try to honor the legacy of Ralph Poynter, which you can't do that in 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 hours. You just can't do it in that time. But we're going to try. And also, because Ralph was about the work, doing the work. And we know we have political prisoners who should not be locked up. And 2 of them right now that we have to focus on is our brother Mumia Abu-Jamal and also Leonard Peltier. They got to be released. And so this is also going to be a fundraiser. We're going to be very, very strict with the time because we've got to get people in. We've got a lot to do, a lot to cover. But we're going to be starting soon. And I just want to say, if we have anyone who is a speaker or an entertainer, please come to the front and check in. Make sure that you've signed in. Please come to the front and make sure that you check in with me. And also, if it looks at any moment like I'm having a conniption fit, it's only because I'm the timekeeper. So we're going to be having somebody, Kathy right here is going to be the timekeeper. Somebody's going to be holding up these signs. But we just want to have a powerful program. And I know we got the people in this room to do it. And thank everyone. And also thank everybody who worked so hard to put this together. And especially Sister Betty Davis. Is Indigo present? Okay.
I'm not hearing the band though. I'm not hearing the band.
What are you hearing off?
I mean, that probably also would be That's cool. Yeah. That's not you, right? Alright, so fuck, I should be getting you, right? I was getting you, or
Let's go back to the page.
yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah. Tell me when you're ready. When it's
This
probably
is
moving.
no. This is it's still something local here. Or is
No, I'm picking up that mic. Something close to there I'm picking up.
yeah, you're probably picking up that one.
Yeah, maybe. I wonder if, see that mic over there? Which one? Go scratch.
Just tap the scratch button.
Yeah, scratch the mic. On the podium, the little podium, yeah. That's right. Right where you are, right there. Down, keep.
Tell them to come to the center one.
Come to the center here.
No, go to the center one.
Up here on the stage. Up here, even. This. Black magic there.
Yeah, I think it's speaker. No, it's I don't think it's in the way the basement. Is that right?
Thank you. You listen to Yuki Koki, Chris Almeida, Bill Strasberg, very emotional, I'm sure you know this.
Thank you so very, very much for that wonderful opening. A lukewarm round of applause is not appropriate for this game right now. Come on, y'all. Give it up. Recognize it. Anyway, we are Brother Mike Hopkins Jr. and me, Lisa. Welcome everyone. We're going to hear two more. And this is from our wonderful, wonderful vocalists and choir players. And we're going to have a powerful program. And again, if you are speaking on the program, please make sure that you come up if you're any entertainers and check us up at that table. Uhuru, thank you.
Hallelujah.
This song is especially for oh, pirates, yes, they rob by, so ride to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took guide from the bottom disputes, but my hands were made strong by the hand of the Almighty, who followed in this generation, triumphantly. Won't you help to sing this song of freedom? 'Cause all I ever heard, redemption song. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they rule our property? Why we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We got to fulfill the book.
Okay, so
Won't you help
band is right now.
these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever heard,
No, that's the main camera.
This camera here, it's 20 seconds.
won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever heard,
All right, now, come on, here. Oh, that's not the right one either, that's the audience. Another 20 seconds.
songs.
This is a singer, right? Okay, got a band over there, right? They want to be on television.
You can go Chris Almeida, Ben Strasberg, Larry Marsh.
Right, now step out in front where Ralph is. He's not doing anything right now. He's just trying to, you can't even see him. Maybe somebody stage manage that so that. I assume we're gonna, no, I can't move that over.
Thank you, Betty.
Where's my timekeeper? Because we're on a time schedule here that you wouldn't imagine. One of the requests I have is that if you're very civilized people, quietly,
Yeah, I got it.
whenever you want anything,
No, they're not
go
gonna
over
come
and
out.
get it. There'll be people to serve you.
And Ralph,
We have the hors d'oeuvres. You can get more hors d'oeuvres, the patties and the empanadas, and everything has a vegan alternative. But the formal dinner servings and the plates are in the center here. And the water is here too, somewhere. So I thank you for coming. Now, I'm going to be kind at this point. I want you to know that we are privileged to have the next generation in the house. And it isn't fitting with what Ralph Poynter asked. He asked for us to pick up the work. Now, I met Ralph as a social worker, and after me questioning him about a speech he made at a union rally, he said, well, what high school are you from? Don't laugh. And I said, I was insulted. I said, I am a graduate and I have a master's and I'm working on a second one. And so after the questions I asked him, he said to me, you must become a teacher, our children have to see you. And so if there's anybody who's just starting out and planning to go to college in the house, I want you to raise your hand. Do we have anybody like that here? Okay. Is there anybody that's starting out on a new career, planning to investigate a new career? I want you to raise your hand. All right. So this is what I want you to understand. Ralph Poynter wasn't just trying to flatter me. What he understood was that ancient Chinese saying, if you want to live enough for 1 year, plant grain or rice. If you want to live for a decade or so, plant a forest. But if you want to survive more than 100 years, educate the young. Okay. Now, what do we mean by education? We do not mean metaphysical imperialism. We mean what you people do every day in your life. You're always talking to somebody, trying to make them understand what the difference is between fake news and the poetry of liberation. Because when you speak the language of freedom, you are speaking poetry. Because anything that humanizes us is the poetry that the universe intended for us. And so I welcome all of you on behalf of Ralph Poynter. And I want the young person who has not chosen, I want him to stand up, because this is the next generation. I don't want to embarrass you. One of the things I was raised with, they always asked different people in my family as we came of age, shh.
Here it is.
They asked us, no matter what career we were going into, to at least do 3 years teaching in the public school system. Now, I won't ask that of you because you don't know me yet. But I do ask you to put your hand on your head and your heart and say you will consider, in honor of Comrade Ralph Poynter, teaching at least 1 year in the public school system. And I'm asking you to try and encourage your comrades to do the same. There is nothing more revolutionary than teaching the truth about liberation and honor Paulo Freire, the pedagogy of the oppressed. And I thank you for that. You may sit down. So today, you have seen the next generation here. You know what they did in Philadelphia to the Move family. And this is proof that we can win. Because those of you who are here, you know the history of where he was born. And he survived, and he's here to continue the story. I hope he will take the time to tell you his latest project at saving a historical radical monument. In addition to that, this sister here is awesome. And we want to thank all of the committee. And I'm going to ask them to stand up because I can't remember people's names anymore. And that goes from Union City all the way in the back. Okay, all of the people on the committee. The writing committee, stand up. The tech committee, stand up. The web committee, stand up. And the support committee is at the table. You see that lady with white hair? Everybody up there was a part of the committee that made this happen. So I've got 10 seconds. And this is what I want to say to you tonight. When Ralph was transitioning, he looked up at me and he said, "It's on you now, sister." Because I was in denial. I don't ever accept it when a revolutionary is transitioning. I just have something in my head, I can't see it. And he said, I said, "What do you mean I can't do this?" He says, "You've got to pick up the work." Well, we always say get organized. Everybody here is an organizer. The question is, will you stay organized? And so when you speak tonight, speak truth to freedom. Bring Mamiya home. Bring Peltier home. And hold these Democrats accountable. Sit on your hands until they meet your demands. Thank you.
acknowledge another very, very awesome person who had everything to do with this event. You see these paintings here. These revolutionary beautiful paintings of Ralph Poynter from Lisa Rivera. Please stand up. We honor you. You got to stand. You got to stand. One of the young lords. With us, the documentary, Government Death. And there's a great documentary about the young lords and what they did.
I don't know where she is.
Peace, y'all. My name is Mike Africa Jr. I'm honored to be here today as a co-host for Ralph Poynter. The first time I met Ralph Poynter, I don't remember. I've been in this movement for so long. I was born in a jail cell and been fighting for freedom ever since. And Ralph Poynter was one of the people that encouraged me to keep going. But one of the most memorable moments I had with Ralph Poynter was when Ramona Africa was sick. In 2018, she was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and she had all kind of other medical health problems. And I called Ralph Poynter and I said, we were trying to do fundraisers to raise support for her healing. He said, come to New York, we'll do an event, and we will raise some money. From the time we started, Ralph was kind of taking a back seat in the event. And when I was about to leave, I realized that we had about $1,000 raised. And I said, oh, that's great. That really helps. Thank you, Ralph. And he said, that's not enough. And I said, well, that's $1,000. And he said, young man, do you remember the cartoons when you would see the person grab someone and turn them upside down and shake them until everything fell out of their pockets? I said, I've seen some of those cartoons. He said, that's what you're about to see tonight. Before I left, I counted $7,000. And from that point on, I lovingly referred to Ralph Poynter as the shakedown artist. There are many people here, and we, as Sister Betty said, we have time constraints. So, and it's hard for me to tell some of these people, hey, we got 5 minutes, because some of these people, man, the power, I can get lost, you can get lost in their information. So we're going to keep this thing going, but understanding that information. The next person that's coming to speak, wait, is Indigo Washington? No. Okay, good. So the next person is Bishop Ajay.
While he's coming up, Sister Indigo is here to help us lift our spirits. She has a special table on the side, and at any time during the performance, as long as you go quietly, we hope you will visit her. Okay? Because we're not here just to celebrate. Some of us are still healing from the pain of so much loss. We lost Ralph. We lost Sekou. We lost Viola. We lost Marty. We lost Joan. It's too much already. So Indigo is here to help us with that. Because we don't take our rage on each other.
That's
We don't
right.
mourn, we organize.
That's right. Thank you, Sister Betty. And Bishop Ajay is the son of Queen Mother Moore. Please put your hands together.
How about a hand for Comrade Betty Davis, who's continuing the struggle her and Ralph been a part of for so long. Let me say to anyone, if you can give any donation towards our political prisoners, it's greatly appreciated and greatly needed. Spirit of the living God, saturate this place with such an anointing, we'll never be the same again. We release you to change us, rearrange us, mold us, shape us. Don't leave us. We need your presence as never before as we face the evils of today. My name is Bishop Ajay, and it is an honor to be able to speak with you, to commemorate our warrior and celebrate our revolutionary, Ralph Poynter. How about a hand for Ralph Poynter? So I bring you warm and spiritual greetings, because we need warm and spiritual greetings as we live in such a cold and hostile climate in the wilderness of North America. If everyone could stand. And repeat after me. For the cause that lacks assistance, for the future not too far in the distance, for the wrong that needs resistance, for the good of our race, for the good of humanity. Forward together, backwards never. Forward together, backwards never. Forward together, backwards never. You may be seated. Grand Queen Arch Abbess, the Honorable Queen Mother Moore, I bring you warm and spiritual greetings. Said to me one day, I got a brother for you. And she took me to meet Ralph. And we became comrades and brothers ever since. It would take me all week to tell you about all of the struggles that Queen Mother Moore and Ralph Poynter was a part of in the movement. Also Betty Davis and myself. I love Ralph Poynter. Ralph walked down the street with us, talked with us. Malcolm walked down the street with us, talked with us. Queen Mother Moore walked down the street with us, talked with us. When they blocked them on the left, they turned to the right. When they blocked them in back, they turned to the front. When they surrounded them, they rose. And that's what we too must do. We too must rise to the day of liberation and freedom. In my closing, help me to say his name. Ralph Poynter, Ralph Poynter, Ralph Poynter, Ralph Poynter, Ralph Poynter, Ralph Poynter. Forward together, backwards never. Forward together, backwards never. Forward together, backwards never. Remember, the battlefield is everywhere. Let's continue to work. Free the land.
Thank you so much, dear Bishop. We have Brother Zaid Muhammad in the house. I know everybody knows him. Is he in the house with us yet? Okay. Moving right along.
Well, since he's not here, we want to say what he would always say, which is Manalapo, stand your ground.
Stand your ground. That's right. That's right. The next one you want to bring up, do you have some words? Come on, my dear brother. Yeah. Come on, the oldest son. Up. His last name is Poynter. Kevin Poynter.
It's that wise guy who handed me this baton. Where's he at? All right, man. You know how big my dad's shoes was? And you gonna give me 3 minutes to talk about my dad? All right, so we're here today to honor my father, and I'd like to go back to the 60s, 1966, 1967, when I was a little boy, and my dad was like a really incredible guy. He was the second African-American Greyhound bus driver in New York City, second. He had a master's degree in education. So we take it for granted where we are today. I know we like to think not too much farther, but when you have a master's degree and you can't even be a Greyhound bus driver, that's pretty ridiculous. But anyway, my dad would come home after a long day at PS 175 in Harlem, and I'd say, hey Dad, let's go play stickball, and he just would collapse. And I'm like, man, what's so hard about being a school teacher? So I'm looking at that stupid show, Room 222, and I'm thinking, you know, all you gotta do is go in here with the chalk and, you know, 1, 2, 3, ABC. But, you know, my dad would go to sleep, and that same day I remember going outside, and my friends were like, man, we saw your dad on TV, man. He was rolling through them policemen like Jim Brown rolls over linebackers. And I'm like, you know, there wasn't anywhere I could go. My mom would take me to church, and there was this guy named Brother Jenkins. And he said, hey, I saw your father. I mean, he was incredible. He was like Joe Louis. And I'm like, wow, did you help him? And he was like, oh no, I didn't get off the bus, but I'm praying for him. So my dad was the most important thing I want to bring out about my dad was his selflessness to the community. He was an incredible person. He was intelligent, he was athletic, he was a musician. The only thing I think my dad could not do was dance. I mean, you give him a football, a baseball, you give him a book, you couldn't outthink him, you couldn't he never went to sleep, except I remember when I was a kid and he was at 175. But, you know, my dad lost his teaching license, and you know, when I went to college and I was writing those papers, and when I became an adult, I thought, wow, that's pretty incredible to have your livelihood taken away. But you know, my dad was formidable. I mean, he got a toolbox and opened up his own motorcycle shop. And we had the second biggest motorcycle shop in New York City. So he did not let things get to him. And I remember one time also when I was a kid and Walter Cronkite came on and said, oh, demonstration in Detroit, and I was seeing these dogs and police beating black folks, and I was like, man, look what they doing to them Negroes, because that's what they used to call us back then. And my dad said, you know, that's never going to happen to you. And, you know, sure enough, all through my life, my dad was a protector to all his friends, his family, his community. And I would always ask him, weren't you scared back then in the 60s to be fighting police and grabbing the principal and doing, I mean, he put his motorcycle helmet on and come to the school and say, hey, get out. And meant it. And you know, unfortunately, we don't have the pictures of him knocking out the man, left, right, bang. He was ruthless and the police was toothless. He was like that. But the thing, I asked him, were you afraid? And he was like, yeah. He was like, yeah, I was afraid, but I never let my fear take control of me. And he would say, I'm more angry than I'm afraid. I'm angry what they do to us. And I'm angry that if, you know, whatever happens to them can happen to you. So I had to protect the community so I can protect my family. And my dad, he never sold out. He never took a job. I'm sure my dad was offered positions to maybe be the chancellor of City College, to be this and to be that. But he always stood his ground. He never yielded. Even in the end, in the hospital, in the ICU, I said, Dad, man, you know, you're a mentally capable guy. I want you to close your eyes and meditate. And I want you to heal these wounds, like in a science fiction movie. I want you to just meditate and concentrate on yourself. Forget about everybody else. Concentrate on yourself. Man, before I could get out of the hospital to the train station, he got his little phone on, and he got the Ralph Poynter show going. The show must go on. From the ICU bed, with his last breaths, even though he didn't have that physical strength to roll over you like it was 1966, he was determined. So today, in honor of him, we need to think about our determination. Maybe we're going to make some neighborhood community scout cookies and sell them so we can get our political prisoners, people who are in prison now. And one of the things my dad would always point out to me is like, look, everybody can't be a soldier, but they can do their part. They can sew a flag. They can make uniforms. They can come to the school and get an after-school program in penmanship. So we need to think about how we're going to honor Mr. Poynter, make his sacrifices worth something, and always remember the people who are behind bars at this moment who had the courage to go out and do things that we may not be physically or mentally or spiritually capable of. And this is not to slight anybody, but everybody can't do everything, and everybody can't be, Special Forces G.I. Joe. So let's everybody do our part. Remember our heroes. Remember my father. Remember Ralph Poynter and his sacrifice and his unyielding. I mean, he never became a bitter person. Uh-oh, the hook is coming. When I get weak with this baton, I'm coming for you. You're gonna help me out. Where's that guy that gave me this baton? All right, everybody. Thank you very much.
The only reason we didn't say anything is because that's his son. Everybody else, we come.
And also just remember, we have time constraints. This place, we got time, that's the only reason. I would let everybody talk forever if I had my way, but we just have time constraints. So, I saw somebody trying to sneak up in this piece. He ain't gonna do that. He knows that. No, he knows we know him. Don't try. I'm looking for I know there was a specific word. The revolutionary poet. Well, we know we got the town crier, but we saw Brother Zaid Muhammad come in here, and then the town crier will be following, waving that banner. Didn't we see Brother Zaid Muhammad?
Brother Zaid Muhammad, come to the front.
He's the one who called several times, but what all it is, that's right, don't be followed by waving that banner. That's right, you can't speak by us.
Everybody, long live Ralph Poynter. Long live Ralph Poynter. Long live Ralph Poynter. Y'all really started early on a weekday afternoon. I thought I was making good time and being early. I apologize ugly for being late. But I'm so glad to see so many of you out for one of my favorite comrades, my big brother, my New York City tough big brother Ralph Poynter, right? And of course, more than that, all of us together carrying on this fight. Long be
breath, I won't make breath size this moment. I have to acknowledge that today is not only Ralph's birthday, but it is also two sinister anniversaries. It is the anniversary of the Ponce Massacre, and it is the anniversary of the Sharpeville Massacre. Two turning points in the struggle that we are all in solidarity with in this freedom fighters' name. Are we not? Are we not? So we just have to beckon that spirit into this place, because you can't walk this walk and not understand the principal value and the challenge of sacrifice, right? Ralph Poynter, for every year of his 89 years, understood that and embodied that. That's why we all loved him so. Happy birthday, Ralph. Happy birthday, Ralph. Let me make this offering and get out of the way. Okay. Ralph is the champion of the working class, and the black working class in particular. And he was born in a generation where it was particularly tough for black working class here up south in the 30s, in the days of the Great Depression and oppression. And there's a great poet who was one of our fathers of this grand tradition, who had this awesome celebration for the black working class by the name of Sterling Brown. And at Ralph's memorial, I shared it then, and I will share it again because I think Ralph would dig it and appreciate it. It's called Strong Man. Ain't no hammer, baby, strike like mine, baby, strike like mine. Strong man, keep it coming on. Dragged you from homeland, chained you in coffers, huddled you spoon-fashioned in filthy hatches, told you to give a few gentlemen ease. Broke you in like oxen, scourged you, branded you, made you a woman breeder, swelled your numbers with bastards, taught you the religion they disgraced. And you sang, keep a inching along like a Polish worm. Just to keep a inching along like a Polish worm. Strong men, keep a coming on. Strong men getting stronger. They point with pride to the roads you built for them, ride in comfort over the rails you laid for them. They put hammers in your hands and said, drive so much before sundown, and you said, ain't no hammer, baby. Strike like mine, baby. Strike like mine. They cooked you in their kitchens, penned you in their factories, gave you the job that they were too good for, tried to guarantee happiness to themselves by shunting misery and dirt to you. You sang, me and my baby, gonna shine, shine. I said, me and my baby, gonna shine. Strong men, keep it coming on. Strong men, getting stronger. They bought off some of your leaders, stumbled as blind men will. They coached you unwantedly soft voice, and you followed in a way that laughed as usual. They heard the laugh and wondered, uncomfortable, unadmitting a deeper terror. Strong men coming on. Strong men getting stronger. What for the slums where they hemmed you? What for the teeny huts they could keep for you? What reaches them, makes them ill at ease, fearful when you laugh? Today they shout prohibition at you. Thou shalt not this, thou shalt not that. Reserved for whites only, you laugh. One thing that they cannot prohibit is a strong man. Strong man coming on. Strong men getting stronger. Strong men, stronger, stronger. Ain't no hammer, baby, strike like mine, strike like mine. Ain't no hammer, baby, strike like mine, strike like mine. Long live Ralph Poynter! Long live Ralph Poynter! Long live Ralph Poynter!
make sure that we say this. He is the town crier with the Black Agenda Report and the poet in residence. I ain't got to hear, you got to hear, you got to
say his name? Do we all say his name? Do he know he here?
You know he's here.
Raymond Nat Turner.
Only one. Okay.
That leads to this door will never, never disappear. See that road some more. For Ralph, epigraph, quote, they have got to pick up the work, end quote. Ralph Poynter. 1. When I finished poeting St. Peter's for Lynn, when I finished poeting Riverside for Glenn, I received Ralph hugs and lived to marvel them. Ever receive a Ralph hug? Ever receive a Ralph hug and recalibrate solidarity? Ever receive a Ralph hug and know it's not business, it's personal? Ever receive a Ralph hug and gloat over protected species status? Ever receive a Ralph hug and know the real meaning of human shield? 2. It's Christmas Day, and the ancestors say, Ray, we need you to preach a poem punctuated with emeralds, rubies, and diamonds. No Ralph hug this time. We need you trying and training and town crying red blues. 3. The ancestors said, some of us celebrated Big Apple Christmases past, reconnected with cousins, listening all to aunts and uncles, gave and received gifts with long tons of love. This Christmas, we want the best. The ancestors said we met more than 4 corners, conferred, discussed, debated, decided, 6 decades serving the peoples, worthy of promotion, worthy of AIT, ancestor in training. The ancestors said, some of you will surely scream as if we've snatched a battalion. No, we're gifting golden opportunities. Walk unbent in his moccasins, run long distances in his boots. The ancestors said, your Keystone State son of a steel worker lives. Lives toiling in fertile fields of your minds, lives sowing DNA deep resistance, coursing through your heart's farms. The ancestors said the steel's hard from knowing white heat and hammer. The steelworker's son leaves loot, his triple platinum hit. 3-word song of love, anti-capitalist chant, meditation for movements. Keep it going, 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 don't stop. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, you're all. 4. The ancestors said, roll up your sleeve before you leave and get Ralph Poynter
protracted resistance booster shots, 6-decade lasting jabs. Roll up your sleeve before you leave and get Ralph Poynter postal worker protection injections. Neither rain, sleet, nor snow stops you. Roll up your sleeve before you leave and fill Ralph Poynter prescriptions. Possible side effects include reliability, rebelliousness, ever readiness for revolution.
And next we're going to have what I just call a special presentation. How often is it that the 5th grade students want to come back and honor you and salute you so many years later? Do we have Paula McClain and Chris Campbell? Oh, come right on up. Yes. Yeah, right. Initially when I was looking at this and I saw 5th graders, I'm like, oh, you have some 5th grade children here. They were 5th grade. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. I am very honored to be able to speak about Mr. Poynter. Thank you, Betty, for inviting me. Mr. Poynter, he lives in me. I call him Mr. Poynter because he was my 5th grade teacher. 1965, Kevin, I'm sorry, he was with me and some of the other students in the after-school program. And I am so thankful that he kept us off the streets. You know, that's why he was tired. Because sometimes 5th grade, the next year we were going to junior high school. So, of course, we had a little estrogen coming up. And so, Mr. Poynter, he was serious and he did not play. And he let us know he did not play, but he was gentle. Always gentle. And I'm thankful for him influencing me and exposing us to African culture. Every year he would have this group named Dinizula, African Dance Group. They would come every year and he gave the parents and everybody the chance to come out at night and dress up. So when you're in a neighborhood where you really don't, now PS 175, Harlem is the cultural center of the world. We know that. But not everybody is exposed to what we were exposed to at that time in the 60s because Harlem was considered a ghetto at that time. And I am blessed to have grown up in that. Now, I'm also a retired teacher, so he influenced me. And now when I look back, I say, yeah, okay, Mr. Poynter. I had a little bit of activism, and I still do, not a little bit. I'm just waiting to come out, you know, and advocacy. I always advocated for my students and what was right. And the principal would always say, why don't you become an assistant principal? No, because you're a teacher, and then when you become a principal, then you're not for the students or the teachers. So I'm just going to read from what I wrote, so I won't go past my minutes. So, as I said, Mr. Poynter had a great influence on my life and a lot of other students' lives. So his life, as you can see, is still telling a story. And I say Mr. Poynter was a great storyteller by the way he lived his life until the end. He showed us how to live by his example. He was way ahead of his time, way before social media as we know it today. He was and still is, and one influencer by his life of activism. His life was true to a few sayings. speak louder than words. When you see something, say something. He took one step further, he did something, and stand your ground was the fourth saying. I consider myself a lifelong learner. Mr. Poynter's legacy is that he was a lifelong teacher and a leader. After the death of Martin Luther King Jr., we asked, who will be our leader? Mr. Poynter's life has taught me that we are all leaders in our own right, that we must learn to speak up for what is right. Our lives are stories that are told by others. In the end, how will our stories be told? Thank you, Mr. Poynter, for taking us from crayons to perfume. May you rest in peace. He was our valedictorian.
Thank you. Our next speaker is none other than Chairman Omali Yeshitela of the African People's Socialist Party, who at his age is still a threat to the system. He's facing 15 years in prison for crimes against the injustice in this system. Give it up for Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
First of all, I'd like to really express my appreciation to Comrade Sister Betty Davis and to all of you who made this incredible memorial possible. I am almost overwhelmed by the group of people who are here. Some of you I've known for a while in the trenches, involved in struggle, and if I didn't know you personally, I've known you, all of you, because of your involvement in the struggle. I really want to appreciate your presence here, and I think it says a lot about who Reverend Poynter was, that we are here. I also want to say, free Palestine. Long live Palestine. Free Palestine from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. I think it's appropriate that we're talking about Palestine. I'm talking about Palestine. We are talking about Palestine, and we're talking about Mumia. And we are also talking about Leonard Peltier. And because this helps us to place the imprisonment of Leonard Peltier and Mumia in proper context, we say free Palestine from the river to the sea. We say that from sea to shining sea, the indigenous people will be free. That is in recognition that the U.S. is the largest settler colony in the world, and that Palestine is a poor replica of what we have here in the United States. I want to also state that Ralph Poynter had to be here, and he had to be who he was. The truth is that how can you imagine a Joe Biden and no Ralph Poynter? How can you imagine a Donald John Trump and no Ralph Poynter? How can you imagine the police terror that we experience on a regular basis and no Ralph Poynter? Ralph Poynter was an antidote to all of those forces and to the domestic colonialism that we experience here in this settler colony in the United States. Long live Ralph Poynter. I think it's really important for us to also say that, is that me? I'm looking at the time. Okay. I think it's important to also say that Ralph Poynter was born, like all of us, in a process that has its origin
Poynter did when it came to Africa, and it began to kidnap African people and disperse us all around the world. There was no such thing as a world economy before then. Karl Marx referred to this as a primitive accumulation of capital. He said that this was something, this capitalist system, because you gotta be able to explain how the hell capitalism got here. It wasn't like Jesus, Allah, bestowed it upon the people here. He said that we have to recognize that for capitalist production, there must be capitalist accumulation. But if there's capitalist accumulation, there must be capitalist production. He said, it looks like they're stuck in a vicious circle. Unless we can presuppose an accumulation of capital that was not a consequence of capitalist production, but the starting point of capitalist production. He said that was turning Africa into a warring for the commercial hunting of black skins. He said that was in turn the indigenous people of this land, right here, that Bill Peltier is locked up in prison for almost 50 years. He said it was in turn the indigenous people here into the mines, bringing up gold and silver that created this resources that developed Europe. He said it was what the assault and brutality imposed on the people of the East Indians, talking about India in that particular territory. This is the underpinning, he said, of the social system. He says that this thing that he refers to as primitive accumulation, and that we recognize as the foundation of the social system, that we recognize as a colonial mode of production, he said that this thing called primitive accumulation has the same significance in political economy as original sin in theology. This is where it all started. That was the beginning of Ralph Poynter and the resistance that he represented. That was the beginning of Malcolm X and everybody who's fought, Nat Turner. All have that origin in that process that rested upon us and the rest of the people of the world like some big boulder. This primitive accumulation of capital, this colonial mode of production that envelops the entire world. Would be no South America, wouldn't be in North America without that assault. Can you imagine the existence of capitalism without the theft of these resources here? Can you imagine the existence of capitalism without what they call slavery? It's impossible to imagine. This is the foundation of the social system that now has the whole world enveloped in it. And this is the foundation of Ralph Poynter. Ralph Poynter is a splendid response, an antidote to this kind of social system. So I want to say that it's a parasitic social system. It's parasitic, it was born parasitic. Lenin liked to talk about imperialism being capitalism raised to its highest extent. He says imperialism is capitalism that has become rotten ripe. And part of what he characterized as this imperialism in terms of defining it, he said that it has become parasitic. I'm saying capitalism was born parasitic. It was born parasitic. It was born selling our great-grandparents and things like that. It was born still in the land of indigenous people here. It was always parasitic. And imperialism is not the high stage of capitalism. Capitalism is the high stage of empire, imperialism itself. And I want to say that right now we're living through a period of extreme crisis of the social system. But it doesn't frighten us. Because as I've said, the social system rests upon our backs. When this thing is in crisis, it should benefit us. We should be organized. Our objective must be we must prepare to govern. Not just to duck and hide, but to govern. We say that this social system is unacceptable. It's wreaking havoc on the peoples of the world. More than 30,000 people right there in Palestine, mostly women and children, that's been killed in the last several days. Look at what it took. The enslavement in Africa of African people. Something like a third of the African population, 1/3 of the African population was caught up in this process. Died. Over 600 million people in Africa at the time this process initiated, where dark Europe attacked us. 600 million people
people only, and 200 million people died in that process. This is the process that Joe Biden is protecting. And we live in a system now that's in a state of crisis, and it's always in a state of crisis, because you cannot build a system on the backs of the oppression of the peoples of the world. Because the people will always respond to it. The people will always resist it. You can't stop the resistance of the people. Deep in the breast of all humanity is the need, desire to be free. To be free. And there's no law that you can create that says that we don't have the right to be free, that we will respect. There's no law that says we shouldn't be free, that we will respect. They put Nat Turner on trial. They put him on trial. 1831. His slogan was not Black Lives Matter, some emptiness that doesn't mean a damn thing, that even Joe Biden can say it, understand? His slogan was strike at night and spare no one. And they captured him eventually and put him on trial. And they found him guilty. But that wasn't a big thing, because even if they had found him innocent, would he have been free? No. He couldn't have been free. This is a social system built on our back. The whole superstructure of the system built on the enslavement of African and oppressed peoples around the world. So, this is what gave us our dear comrade. This is what gave us Leonard Peltier. And I wanted to mention Leonard Peltier also because when we came here, African people brought here at gunpoint, we are the only people other than the indigenous people who did not come in looking for a better way of life. We lost a better way of life as a consequence of being brought here. And Leonard Peltier, this man, that they've given, I think 2 life sentences. Was it 2 life sentences they gave Peltier? He's been locked up for 47 years or more, right? For defending himself on his land. Defending the indigenous people on their own land. And we have to say free Leonard Peltier, because when we got here, we didn't have any friends except indigenous people. Those are the only friends we had. That's why people walk around to my grandmama was Indian. All these kinds of things. Those were the only friends we have. And now they got this comrade locked up. And so we say free Leonard Peltier, not another year. Not another year. Free Leonard Peltier. Free Leonard Peltier. And we say free Mumia. And we say free Mumia like we used to say free Fred Hampton Jr. Say free Mumia. Say he didn't do it, but he should. Free Mumia. He didn't do it, but he should. I'm talking about the Philadelphia Police Department. They dropped the bomb on that African community. I'm talking about Mumia Abu-Jamal, who defended those people after the bomb was dropped on them. Free Mumia. Free Mumia. He didn't do it, but he should. So nobody says Che Guevara didn't do it. You don't have to say Che didn't do it. He was colonized. We recognize the responsibility of the colonized to fight against colonialism. And the moment we get away from this anti-racism stuff that revolves around the question of white people and their superiority and significance, we're not fighting to make white people like us, fighting to be free. How do you know when you won the battle against racism? Does somebody come out with a white flag and say, we surrender? You sign a peace treaty? No, but you know about colonialism. And that's the thing that the oppressors are dealing with now. Fred Hampton was a party that was struggle against colonialism. The Black Panther Party was a struggle against colonialism. The Young Lords, a struggle against colonialism. The Puerto Rican Socialist Party struggled against colonialism. The American Indian movement struggled against colonialism. People in Vietnam fighting against colonialism. People in Cuba fighting against colonialism. And I'm supposed to be fighting against the fact that white people don't like me. You must get out of your mind. So that's not the way we do it. We're fighting against colonialism. All of us. That's what Ralph Poynter was involved in. I love Ralph Poynter. He's a strong man. going to destroy it. He creates the very forces that's going to destroy it. So thank you so much. And I want to just salute Ralph Poynter, salute Betty Davis. Betty Davis. And let's make our contributions to free these political prisoners. Let's not play with it. Let's make our contribution to free these political prisoners. Mumia, Little Peltier. Thank you so much. Next is, we're going to hear from Ralph Poynter's granddaughter. Is Ralph Poynter's granddaughter Noelle Poynter? Noelle Poynter? Come on up, Noelle Poynter. The next generation.
becomes irrelevant when you got power. Chairman O'Malley yesterday told us that. But I want to say to you about the question of power. We cannot leave any arena of our oppressors uncontested. As revolutionaries, if you're going to be a poet, be a revolutionary poet. If you're going to be a teacher, be a revolutionary teacher. If you're going to be a doctor, be a revolutionary doctor. And if you're going to be an elected official, damn it, be a real revolutionary elected official. I'm also known as Mr. Inez Barron, my beautiful African revolutionary queen. But I wanted to come to you to say that I am happy to be alive during this time. There's no better time to be alive than now. Revolution is not for the next generation. We're fighting to make it happen in this generation while we still yet live. And we want to get signals and signs of it. Look at Africa. Look at the Sahel region of Africa. Look how they're rising up in Africa, telling the French, get the hell out of Africa. Telling the United States of America, get the hell out of Africa. Telling the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund and the World Trade Organization, get the hell out of Africa. The liberation of the human family is central to that liberation, is the liberation of Africa. We must free Africa as we fight to free Palestine. Those two battles must be taken together. So I don't want to abuse the time, but I do want to say this, that we are now joining, Inez and I, the WBAI family. We will be having a regular program every Friday at 5 to 6 p.m. and it's called Speaking Truth to Power. So when you listen in, you should have your pad ready, because I'm going to call the names. I don't even call them Uncle Toms anymore, because that's not fair to Uncle Tom. It's an insult to Uncle Tom. But when you see people so embraced to the Jewish money that they get, they wear Hakeem Jeffries, Eric Adams, they wear their yarmulke more than their kufi. They could care less about the freedom of Africa or the freedom of our people. Their personal ambitions, their rugged individualism takes precedence over our collective liberation. It is time for them to go. It is time for them to go. We are building a national black radical electoral school under the leadership of Omali Yeshitela. We'll be in St. Louis from the 13th to 14th. We want to believe strongly that revolution happens from the bottom up. From the bottom up. Doesn't matter. We're fighting against a system. And it doesn't matter whether that colonial capitalist system is administrated by a neo-colonial black puppet of the Democratic Party, Barack Obama, or whether it's administrated by a racist, idiot, maniac, fascist, sick human being, Donald Trump, or whether it's administrated by a neoliberal, hypocritical racist, Joe Biden. We must smash capitalism. This is a fight against a system, not against the personalities who might administrate the same damn system that's creating poverty, unemployment, miseducation, homelessness. The fight is against the system. So brothers and sisters, it's on. It's on. So you have to give up your life to this, and guess what? Not only are we winning, ultimately we will win. Somebody said to me, Charles, you really think America get the power. Power is the great equalizer. Power is the great equalizer. That's why I like when we're in East New York, and I'm going to sit down for the hook comes, but in East New York, I ran for the city council. We beat the most powerful machine in America, the Democratic Party machine in Brooklyn, Kings County, beat them for 22 years with less money. And now we have the opportunity to say to that machine, your days are numbered. Your days are numbered. So I'm excited about what's going on. I'm excited that we're involved in this kind of struggle, and excited to see all of you. The best thing we can do for Ralph, the best thing we can do for him is win this struggle and win it in our lifetime. Black power! All power to the people! Free the land!
I'm trying to get him to come to North with this book, Black Power. I just first know the bookstore. But goodness knows, North needs that. And it just ain't New York when you have all these sellouts going on. It's North and New Jersey as well. And just lastly, there's the African American Mayors Association. They came out immediately in October and stood fully behind Israel. Having said one word about a ceasefire, North New Jersey has not passed a ceasefire resolution. That's a disgrace. Anyway, that's a disgrace. I'm not going to lie about it. All right.
Lie about it. I love you.
I ain't lying.
It's important not to lie about it. That's the problem right there we have. We're looking for Professor Louis. Professor Louis. Professor Louis is going to do some poetry for us tonight. Give it up for Professor Louis.
I'm going to say something especially, a poem especially for Ralph Poynter. Can I get this thing up a little higher? Yeah, okay. Ralph was a fighter for justice, and he was also a warrior for truth. Malcolm said that truth is on the side of the oppressed. I want to remind you all that Malcolm did not say that the oppressed always tell the truth. He said that truth is on the side of the oppressed. What does it mean to be working class? Is that something from out of the past? Do we always gotta come in last? That's the question I'm gonna ask. What does it mean to be working class? Because today they say you're middle class. You can't pay the doctor, your car needs gas. You're still paying off your college class. What you owe your credit card is never passed. Still you're middle class this and middle class that. Upper lower middle class till you eat your hat, got the gap on your back. You got a little fat. You're still paying for the chair where you just sat. Is it all over just like that? Who stole the good life? Where's it at? Or was middle class just a little dream made up for you on your TV screen where everybody's comfy, or so it seems, and no one ever eats rice and beans? 'Cause in the beginning, there was just two classes. There was the big money and there was the masses. We did the work, they kicked our asses. Most everything passes. There are still two classes. Those who got it and those who don't. We think we're gonna get it, but really we won't. Those who own the companies and make the big deals, every deal could cost you a meal. And for real, not too many people hold the power. They make $1 million while they take a shower. There's the owning class and the working class. Where are you at? Are you slow or fast? All you gotta do is do the math. If you got a job, you're working class. If you're out of a job, you're really working class. We build the houses, work the fields, we run the hospitals and fix the meals. We make the family and work at home. Sometimes that's the hardest work of all. We clean the office, we teach the kids. Everything around us is something we did, no matter what your color or your name, no matter the country from where you came, the name of the game is still the same. And if the owner works, is he working class? It all depends. First and last, if he owns a bodega or a little machine shop, he works for his money, and he works a lot. He might be working for everything he got, but the guy who owns the corporation, he can work all day. It won't change him. He might be a nice guy, he might be a jerk. He makes his big money off of other people's work. You can't make millions going to work and getting paid. You need other people's work to have it made. When we punch the clock, he owns the stock. We do the labor, but he gets the flavor. We make the honey, but he takes the money, because working people make everything. We're the ones make the cash register ring. And when our work goes to someone else's profit, now you got it and you don't gotta ask. That's what makes us working class. And if I talk about class just a little more, your TV says we're starting class war, but the real news has come and gone. The class war is always on. It has been here since the day you were born. We just need to know whose side we're on. If we don't know our own class, take it from the poet. We will always take a beating, and we won't even know it, because your TV is programmed by the owning class. Your newspaper programmed by the owning class. Your search engine programmed by the owning class. When we don't know we're working class, the owning class will kick our ass. They get a real free pass. Plus you get no health care, get lousy schools. The TV brings your kids up to act like fools. You get no union, you lose your job. You vote for politicians who think you're a slob, because we sometimes forget there's a bottom and a top. Those who got it and those who do not. Better to remember, make no mistake. You're not an owner, you're a worker, and that's the breaks. And I bet there's nobody right over here who made $10 million just this year. So before I waste any more breath, before I talk myself to death, let me ask you to act on a fact that has come to pass. Your ass is in the working class. And before we get to another day, when we open our mouths with something to say, before you speak and the words are gone, it's good to know whose side you're on and what it means to be a working class. Is that something from out of the past? Do we always gotta come in last? That's the question we got to ask. What does it mean to be working class? And one last little question before I'm gone. Tell me, whose side are you on?
Tonight is from the IAC Workers World Party, Sarah Flounders. Sarah Flounders. Oh, public black. Did you say public black radio? You can hear Black Talk Radio. Too many people talking. I can't hear. Block Talk Radio. Ralph Poynter, what's happening? You can hear Professor Louis. Yes. There you go. Sarah Flounders.
Well, here to celebrate a big life. Ralph Poynter, a warrior. And out of every historic struggle, there emerges a handful who carry those lessons, the combative spirit into the future. People who refuse to bend, give up, lose hope. A few who are determined that the lessons be taught to the next generation. That's Ralph Poynter. Now, there was a big struggle in New York City in education. It was a dividing line. I'm from Workers' World, and that was a defining moment for the political movement of every group in New York City for decades. Where did you stand? Wasn't a union struggle? Now, Ralph came, one of 6 children of a union organizer in a steel mill. He knew union, but this was a struggle against racism. This was a struggle for self-determination. This was a struggle for community control by the Black community, a struggle for control of education, for youth. And Ralph Poynter came out of that defining struggle of the 60s. And not just Ralph. There was really a trio of revolutionary thinkers and activists. It was Ralph, it was Lynn Stewart, it was Betty Davis. That's the truth. This was like a family of revolutionary educators, co-thinkers, comrades. They formed the Teachers' Freedom Party. Now, Ralph went to jail, organized at Rikers, a rebellion. He lost his teaching license. But Ralph kept on teaching. Every chance, every platform, every microphone, every opportunity. Ralph was teaching. He didn't need a license. And right to the very end, from his hospital bed, the weekly program with Sister Betty Davis, both of them using that weekly program to teach revolutionary politics. Ralph formed with Betty the New Abolitionist Movement, an organization devoted to the struggle for community control in public education. And you always knew where Ralph stood. Always, always. Every struggle, community struggle, racist police attack, international issue, against the whole system. Ralph stood for resistance, for the right to resist. Now, Palestine is a defining issue of this moment in history. It's breaking through everywhere. You can't be at any event where people aren't talking about Palestine. 2/3 of the population of the country today is for Palestine. Isn't that a shock? Now, there are millions of people who call for a ceasefire. Yes, that's good. Permanent ceasefire. But Ralph Poynter, as we all know so well, was for the right to resist. And that was from the Larry Davis case to Palestine. The right to resist, to self-defense, the right to fight back against colonialism, racism, apartheid. Now we're planning a rally on May Day in defense of Palestine and the right to resist. The right to resist. And to defend the Palestinian resistance. And that is the spirit all across the country. My last conversation with Ralph in the hospital, in the ICU, he was cheering, saluting, supporting the heroic Palestinian resistance. And then he told me they were on the way to the hospital. That last time, their car was held up in a traffic jam as thousands of people were in the streets. What did Ralph want to do? He wanted to get out of the car and join the demonstration. Damn, that's what he wanted to do. So, last point, I see my time. We're here to salute a revolutionary teacher, an organizer, and Ralph was determined that we remember and fight for and get free all of our political prisoners. Free them all. Free them all. And especially our elders who suffered for decades isolation, solitary confinement, torture, and have never given up. I'm talking about Mumia Abu-Jamal and Leonard Peltier. you're here tonight in memory of Ralph, and as a salute to Ralph, I want you to turn over your program. You can do it. Everyone, hold up those programs just 1 minute. Inside, back page. The work must go on. It takes all of us here. The work must go on. So make that extra donation. Make it to IFCO, for Mumia, for Leonard Peltier. Ralph Poynter, revolutionary teacher and fighter, presente. Presente. Free them all. From the river to the sea.
Lucy Martin, you look like this. You look like this. That's right. Hands on the rule and watch his back. Yes. We go back and forth. Who's going to have the honor to introduce whom? But Lucy Murphy, revolutionary poet. I met her through Ralph Poynter and Sister Betty Davis, because they know all the revolutionary freedom fighting poets. So yes, Sister Lucy Murphy.
This is a song that Ralph requested. I must say that I met Ralph when he was working on freeing Lynn Stewart. He came to Washington, D.C. and organized some protests. He asked me to sing, and he said that the effort that we made in D.C. turned the tide for Lynn to be freed. So I'm very honored to be here and to know him and to have met Lynn. Palestine. Palestine. Actually, I want you to repeat after me. I guess I should have said that. Palestine needs her freedom. Palestine needs our love. Palestine needs her freedom. Palestine needs our love. Palestine needs her freedom. Palestine needs our love. If you think of the Middle East in this modern time, you can't help but say the word Palestine. People there have lost their land. Some have lost their home. They live in other countries. Their freedom almost gone. Palestine needs her freedom. Palestine needs our love. Palestine needs her freedom. Palestine needs our love. There seems to be no answer to give us the reason why people cannot live, so no one has to die. We've got to take a stand for freedom, take a stand for truth, take a stand for justice. That's what we've got to do, 'cause Palestine needs her freedom. Palestine needs our love. Palestine needs her freedom. Palestine needs our love. People of all countries
Next speaker is from the People's Attorney and WBAI producer, Mimi Rosenberg.
Well, first of all, I had the incredible moment before coming here of receiving a phone call through Johanna Fernandez from Mumia Abu Jamal. And Mumia apologized for not being able to make a live phone call here. And we can't get it because we are deep in the cavern of the institutional church. And it does not receive, apparently, the revolutionary messages through our cell phones. But I do want to say that Mumia said two things, and you'll hear more of a message from him later, recorded by Prison Radio. And what he said, I said, like, my goodness, you're always giving to us. There's a sense of humor and humanity. And what can we do for you? And he said, do what Ralph did. And I said, well, what is that? And he said, continue to build movement. Continue to build movement. And oh, by the way, not only that, but maybe you should tell everybody to read Robin Kelly's book, Hammer and Hoe. And I said, really? Yeah, it's a great book. Why? And he said, maybe if I had read that as a teenager, when the communists were organizing in the South, what was the fight for? It was for self-determination. It was for land. So Mia, what you've done, Ralph, is exactly what Mumia instructed us to do. You built a movement and is witnessed by everybody here. Every single one of you is somebody deeply involved and immersed in the struggle. And the struggle is, yes, it's against white supremacy, but that is merely the ideological glue that holds up this vicious, tyrannical system of capitalism that grew out of what? Settler colonialism, and then advanced to codify itself via the slaveocracy and a system of racial capitalism. You built the movement. You built the movement, and we're going to continue to do that because what you offer us, Ralph, is there's a slogan or a comment, really, from cultural Judaism. Judaism is a religion. It is not a nation. It is not a nation. And the comment is the principle of tikkun, and it means leave the world better than you found it. Well, Ralph, you have left the world better than you found it. And you've done that by creating a movement of the extraordinary people here. From Sister Betty, who upholds his legacy, to every one of you who brings together the class struggle. The class struggle, the workers operating in conjunction and solidarity with their lives as community people. That's the formula for overturning this vicious system, but not without the contradiction of recognizing that the issue, and it was the issue that came to the foreground in one of the most important struggles the city saw, which is the community control of school movement, which was a struggle, after all, for what? For self-determination against settler colonialism, which hadn't been recognized and reckoned with, and against racial capitalism. It was to create a democracy. And what was the democracy going to be established upon? The destruction and the dismantling of the pillars that uphold capitalism, which are racism, poverty, and the unequal distribution of wealth, and militarism. From Haiti to Palestine, it is about not ceasefire. That's a great unifying slogan, but it's about self-determination of indigenous And if you want to find out more about that, please see me, because we're going to be going to bring aid. But what it really is about is, yes, existence is resistant, but to what end? And the slogan has to be self-determination. And Ralph, the people here, from the chairman who spoke, to Brother Barron, to every single one of you, to the old song that Lucy just conjured up for us from Matt Jones. It's about the battle for self-determination and the dismantling of the horrific, tyrannical, Goliath system of capitalism. So we will tear down those walls of Jericho. And Mumia, yes. Leonard, yes. Brick by brick, wall by wall, we're going to free Mumia, Abuja wall, we're going to free Leonard and free them all. So, Uhuru, self-determination from Haiti to Palestine, and honor Ralph, and honor Betty, who maintains his legacy and keeps the struggle keeping on by doing exactly what you've been doing. But just one little final thing that I think Ralph, who was a farmer after all, he grew, he created life, he was a creator. And one of the things he knew, and it was back to Emma Goldman, hey, I don't want a revolution if you can't sing and you can't dance to it. And what did that mean? Well, for Ralph, it meant a love of music and culture and art, and a love of people and bringing people together. So I implore all of us to be kinder and gentler and more considerate of each other, to build that movement to really tear down those walls of Jericho. Thank you for being our instructor from the community control movement. And like Sarah, the very last thing I heard from Ralph the night before he passed, finally, was we were talking about planning a teaching that would lead to activism and advance the struggle from a call for a ceasefire, which is necessary, to the call for self-determination for Palestine. That's what Ralph was doing the night before he passed. So dare to struggle, dare to win, live like Ralph. It was full, it was comprehensive, and honor all of you who continue to pick up that torch and carry forward. And it's an honor to be in the company, the movement that Mumia suggested, implored us to continue to build. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Muhammadin Nabiyya wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. All praise be to Allah. We praise Him. We ask blessings on the Prophet Muhammad, his companions, and his family all together. So saith a billion people in the world, including our sisters and brothers in Gaza. Need to know what motivates people. So, with the permission of Betty, I can't see you, sister. I'll hug you before the program is over. Oh, there you go. Permission to speak. I salute my comrades that came before me. I haven't seen my comrade Omali in quite some time. He probably wants to do something to me, but, you know. That's good. I got some serious things to say real quick. Tell no lies, claim no easy victories. We in a bad shape now. You pat yourself on the back and be glad. That's not the situation here. I had many conversations with Comrade Ralph. I stayed in his home with Sister Betty, oftentimes. Many conversations on WBII, both programs. With the Uhuru movement, we always uplifted the call to free political prisoners. But I want you to realize when you say freedom all, you know it doesn't mean a damn thing to the government. And you know why? Because we don't have no movement behind it. Real talk. That's why Omali and everybody else got to start from square one when we talk about political prisoners, not necessarily this group here, I hope, but real talk. We almost got to convince somebody that there are freedom fighters in this country, because the United States has been very successful in their narrative to say that there's not. And while we're enjoying ourselves, as George Jackson said, with spectacular sports, social media, technology, most of our dogma literature that we read doesn't address the advancement of technology. That's why you can have a joker on social media with 10,000 hits that does nothing, talking that stuff. Everybody's clicking yes, 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 and people that's involved in the movement, they may have 100 hits. That's real talk. So, the United States of America, almost 4 million square miles of land mass, 234 million people plus. This is not a small African nation. Matter of fact, it's bigger than any African nation. The military budget of the United States rivals the next 20 countries. Almost $800 billion. I know I got 1 minute, but did anybody else do the 1 minute thing? But I'm going to do it. I don't think so. I thought that was just some art that the children did. I am definitely going to do that. So, military budget, the next country behind that, at 800 billion, is China with 292 billion. You see where I'm going. Our analysis of what we're doing kind of pales when we look at what's really happening. And one reason that we are not successful, sisters and brothers, is because it's not bad enough for us. My workout partner in Lewisburg Federal Penitentiary, Nidel Ayani, was on the first World Trade Center bomb. It's not bad enough. We're going home to electricity running and flushing toilets and everything else, getting our cars and go to work. It's not bad enough. The problem is that repression breeds resistance. Eventually, but the United States has been very successful in massaging that, as Al-Hajj Malik al-Shabazz said, blood running all down your jaw, that in the Novocaine is there with the materialism, and the spectacular sports, the distractions, your job, you work hard to get your child through college, and you do all of this, and you think you're going to go to some farmland, rep that farmland up there. There's nobody that went there. We have farmland, you ain't going nowhere. You're not going anywhere. Are you? Rep that land up there, he's shoveling snow by himself at 80-some years old. And nobody's volunteering to go there, move to this land, go over there. We're bullshitting ourselves. And pardon me for cursing in the church. But God said, damn the devil. He cursed too. So I'm saying that we need to really take stock and inventory of what we're dealing with here in the United States. Do you know what it takes to get a prisoner out of jail? Did you make them phone calls to the governor, to the Bureau of Prison, to the Department of Correction? Did you call anybody? Did you write a letter? Did you? Because if you did not, get up and leave now and leave the chicken here for the rest of us. Did you make them phone calls? Because I've become, as the chairperson of Jericho, almost a revolutionary administrator, making phone calls, raising money. Because it's not the demonstration to get somebody out of prison, it's you calling somebody. You get the lawyer, you paying for that lawyer, you making sure that demonstrations. Accept your clearance. Do you even know how to get, if you have a loved one in prison right now, how do you get them out? A demonstration on the street? Or do you get them a lawyer and pay for it? Free all political prisoners. We demand the release of a political prisoner. What does your demand mean to this government without political power and a different way of looking at things? Break it down about silos so we can organize and make a difference. After I agree, I promise you. Before, I know your job is hard. I'm going to personally get you a cup of coffee. If we don't think about how to organize in a different type of way, out of our silos, having webinars with 40 people on it, and thinking that that's successful, and doing the same thing over and over and over again, it's the definition of insanity. And I have to humble myself as a Black Liberation Army member, and I salute Chungo and Tariq and Kazi and everybody else in this army, that, and this audience that represented that. That's right. Come on. Do you know what it means for me to pick up a gun and fight against this government and go to prison for 23 years? And come home and we don't have any land? We haven't even planted a tomato. We haven't planted a tomato. So, here you go. I'm going to go back and get a cough drop. I don't lose my voice. I want to send regards from the Seiko Dago family. We got a G out here somewhere. And I want to salute the Kamal Siddiqui campaign, the Mumia Jamal campaign, the Leonard Peltier campaign, Ann Lamb, and all my comrades from the National Jericho movement that are sitting here, Checkler Johnson in the back. All of us are doing that hardcore work. Amalia Satelli and everybody in the Woo movement, I salute you. It's hard work. Write them letters, donate that money, make them phone calls. It's easy to do. That's how you get somebody out of prison. That's how you get somebody out of death row. Having another webinar, you may recruit somebody, but that's not clicking it. We're used to protesting, but we don't organize. We'll run to a protest, get in a rally, shout, scream, kick, boo. We haven't organized anybody. It's the same people out there every day. But we're going to die trying. With that, I'd like to close praising Allah. Subhanallah wa bihamdika. All glory be to Allah, the Lord is well. I'm a Muslim, represent powerfully, from the legacy of West Africa, from the Shehu Van Folio, from the revolutions against the colonists. I represent that. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika wa tabarak asmuka wa ta'ala jadduka wa la ilaha ghayruka. Assalamu alaikum, all power to the people, free all political prisoners. 100. You know, when I was working in Philadelphia to Freedom Move 9, we had protested, we had marched in the streets, and I will say that that activity to make people aware that we needed support was important, but the freedom of the Move 9 came when we did exactly what Brother Jihad just said. We organized, we got lawyers, we got people to write letters, and we sent them to the right places, and that's when we saw change. He said the definition of insanity, you continue to do the same thing and get no results and continue to think you're going to get results. What he said is exactly 100% true. We have to get on the move, and we have to do it in a way where it affects change, not just rallying and protesting. The next person that we're going to hear from tonight is an organizer with the IAC, Larry Holmes.
I hope I can come another my time, comrades. I'm fired up by this program, and I have have to thank the speakers that came before me because they did something that really was essential. They showed why there's a difference between a commemoration and a revolutionary commemoration. That's right. A revolutionary commemoration with revolutionaries in attendance deals with the real crisis that we are facing as workers and oppressed people of this planet. That's what makes it relevant and alive. And that's why it is so righteous and important that the speakers gave political messages. And this is the best way to honor Comrade Ralph. It really is. Palestine, free Palestine. Free Palestine. I mean, you know, we shouldn't have issues and struggles competing with themselves because that usually does not help. It confuses and divides people. But these past 5 months, comrades and friends, has changed the world. It's not just the horrible, unimaginable genocide, but it's also the rise of resistance all over the world. There's the message and the energy and the spirit of revolution amongst oppressed people all over the world. It was always there. That's not 5 months old. But these past 5 months have unearthed it. And, you know, remember this. It's good to say free Palestine, but it's also good to be honest about how that needs to be done. And that's by supporting the resistance, freeing themselves by any means necessary. Ralph, to me, and we go back a little while, not as far as some of you, but we go back far enough and have worked together enough for me to have this very deep impression of Ralph. Ralph was an old school, no nonsense, no bullshit freedom fighter. A real freedom fighter, not just a label. The kind of freedom fighter who, you know, we gotta be someplace at 6 a.m., at 3 a.m., I got a cold and I don't feel good, but I'm gonna be there. Ralph was a leader, but he knew that the best leaders are also soldiers. What Ralph would have thought about Palestine, he said, what do they need? They need guns? They need trucks? They need money? Let's organize a committee to get them. So, as they're telling me I gotta wind up, and that's what they have to do. But I'll tell you this, and I know I'm not alone, I'm gonna miss Ralph's face. That beautiful, handsome face on that tremendous blue-like body with a heart of gold. You know, just because we're in the struggle doesn't necessarily mean we're likable. But Ralph was lovable. He was full of revolutionary love. And so, Comrade Ralph, freedom fighter, rest in power.
Now we're going to have, because I saw somebody from D12 in the house. Roger, whoa! All these revolutionary people. I know I saw him. And we also know that we've had some hits this season. Viola Plummer with the December 12th movement. There's just no words. No words. What would we do?
Peace, brothers and sisters. I am going to keep this brief. I'm here on behalf of the December 12th movement. I'm here on behalf of our I'm chairperson of Wally Clay. I want to say basically two things that I think when we think about Ralph. This past Sunday, we had a program, a Women's History Month program, talking about women, particularly black women in resistance, and what that represented. We had a very powerful panel. And somebody said, well, you got to get this out to the women. I said, no, we got to get it out to the men. Because the problem women have had in the movement has been men's attitudes and men's egos and the chauvinism that this society breeds in them. That was never... that was never a problem with Ralph. Ralph was secure in himself, so secure in himself that he surrounded himself with strong women. And we know who they are. One of them's right over there. So I think that's an important lesson, particularly for the men in the movement in terms of how do we move forward. The second thing I think about when we think about Ralph is reflected in this gathering tonight. That there aren't a lot of people in the movement that could bring together folks across this wide span that you see here tonight. And I think it's important because as D12 continues our work, we think one of the key issues in this period we face is the imminent rise of fascism and the need for a popular front against fascism. And that can only be done with the people in this room participating in that. Because if we cannot put aside our differences, they're all going to be, the people who are coming into power or trying to come into power, they don't care about our differences. To them, we represent one face, and it's a threat to them, and it's a threat to capitalism. So I want to leave us with build a popular front against fascism, rest in power, Ralph Poynter. Thank you.
I just want to take a few moments before we go on with the rest of the program, because somebody was asking me a very important question about donations, and so I just want to make sure that this is understood, because I know it might be a little confusing. But you're going to see the QR code on the back of the program that you can go to. That QR code is going to take you to IFCO if you choose to make the donation via the QR code. And when you go to IFCO, which is ifconews.org/donate, you're going to see some drop-down menus because they have certain campaigns you're working on, but you're also going to see a selection that's going to say, please tell us if you wish to give you a gift to support an IFCO fiscal sponsorship group, which would be this group that IFCO has agreed to accept the collections on behalf. And so you would choose that, and then you're going to there's a box underneath it, so you'll put what that is going to be for, and you can put Free Mumia, Abu Jamal, and Leonard Peltier, and that should do it. Also, if you want to pay by checks, you can write the check out, and you make the check out to IFCO, and in the middle line you would put Mumia and Leonard Peltier campaign, and then there'll be envelopes supplied for you with an address in terms of where that will go, and then of course we're going to be passing the bucket later on. So I just wanted to, somebody was asking me about that, I just wanted to provide some clarity for you. And now we're going to go on with the program, but of course, it's so important that we free Mumia and Brother Leonard Peltier and that we raise funds.
Okay, while she's taking that break, people, this is basically what you're here for. As Brother Jihad told us, we got to get them out. This is what it's about. This is basically why, we're emptying Ralph's bank account. He gave me his bank account for this. So you put some money in this thing, and we bring them in home like we did then. Everybody who's here, help us bring them home. And what my warriors don't count. That's right.
As she said, this is why we're here. We come to these events and we salute and raise our fists, but we need to raise as much money as we can. Tonight, we want, Ralph Poynter's wish was to bring Mumia home, bring Leonard Peltier home, and the way we do that is through resources. We need everybody to dig deep. In the words of the down artists. Turn them upside down and shake them and empty their pockets. Turn them upside down and empty their pockets. Shake down artists.
Brother Dawood in the house? Brother Dawood?
So we got a little drumming just before God comes to get the spirit right.
And before Brother Dawood and Dawood, Andre, and friends comes up, we're going to have a little drumming from Tyler.
Yeah.
Put your hands together for Tyler.
We met each other through studying, healing, and acupuncture, and all those things that we want to bring to our community. That's how I met her. So we in the movement and studying under the teachings of Dr. Matulu Shakur. Acupuncture. Yes, sir.
Uhuru, feed the land, feed the land, feed the land. What's the plan? What's the plan? What's the plan? Feed the land. What's the call? Free the ball. Ha! My heart with the family, Betty Davis, or the family. Long live presente. Long live presente, Dr. Mutulu Shakur. Long live presente, Sekou Odinga. Long live presente, Nonza Brad. Long live presente, Viola Plummer. Long live presente, Ralph Poynter. Long live all of our maroon and freedom warriors, soldiers, lovers, healers, light bringers. Long live. We are free together. Long live. Not Mule. VIT, we bought Haiman.
Liberación de
oh so free. And here we will continue to push this movement to free. So Spirit joins us in this rainbow of love, red and mountain purple, yellow and green and blue. Thank you. My partner, Iman Tumilakuani, Kamo Siddiqui, Maria Abu-Jamal, Leonard Peltier, free us all, 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 free them all, free all political prisoners all over the world, free the land. That's right.
I just want to also say part of that freedom is freeing our minds and becoming aware of all the knowledge and all the history. And the healing arts is a part of that. We must be connected to that. Again, I know my sister Kyla through the work that we've been doing in that arena. We are out there and we have to come home to who we truly are and in terms of the healing knowledge and sciences as well. The power we have to.
Give it up for that drumming again. That was beautiful drumming. While you're doing that, next speaker that's coming to the stage is Brother Dawood Andre. Dawood Andre.
Yes. My name is Dawood Andre, activist in the Haitian community here in New York and host of a radio program on WBAI, Haiti, Our Revolution Continues. It's Saturdays 4 to 5 p.m. So I want to thank Sister Betty for inviting us to speak. We really appreciate it. I want to thank family from October 22nd Coalition to Stop Police Brutality, Repression, and the Criminalization of a Generation, because it's through them, Steve, Carl, Kathy, that I met Ralph and Sister Lynn, and later.
When we were back on our luck, and we didn't know where we were going to get our next time to help move the legal stuff for Lynn. His organization came up with $1,500 in one night. There was only about 8 members there that night. And all of them were working class people from Haiti, all right? And they had responsibilities for their families back home. But they gave up, they sacrificed a salary to help us with Lynn. And so when I say all of you helped free somebody, you did. Every last one of you represents a warrior and a struggle that helped Ralph. So we're asking you to do the same for Maria and Lynn. And I love Komodo.
Yeah.
He represents that.
Thank you, Sister Betty. Like I said, it was through October 22nd folks in the fight against police brutality about 20 years ago that I met Ralph and Lynn, and like I said, later on Sister Betty. And our collaboration started. And I want to say that it's been an honor, a blessing to have crossed paths with Ralph. And you know, when you meet Ralph, I don't know how many people have this sense. Every time we have a protest and Ralph and Sister Betty show up, or Ralph and Lynn, it's like 1,000 people just joined us. And it's like when Ralph is there, you feel like nothing's going to happen. Like you're not going to have any trouble from the cops. It's like everything is going to be all right. So we really, we want them to know that we appreciate the love. And also, it's been mentioned already, but to honor Brother Sekou, to honor Sister Viola, to honor Sister Joan Gibbs, who just passed away as well, warriors in our struggle. And with that gone, I hope everyone here understands that it means we all have to do so much more, to give more, to do more. And what one of the folks who testified at the ceremony for Ralph said, if you feel you have too much on your plate, what do? Get a bigger plate, right? This is Ralph's message to all of us. I want to say, Sister Betty asked me to say something about Haiti. You know, what I want folks to know is just about everything you're hearing about Haiti in the news is bullshit, right? I hope you guys know that. Yeah. Half of Haitians are not going to die of hunger next week. You know, 80% of our country is not being run by the gangs. This is bullshit. They want to create the impression that, you know, it's hopeless and they who put the country on fire are the ones we must come to and beg to help us. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. And whenever you see Haiti in the news, you should know that this is just like our people are in struggle. It's not, you know, good for them. And so please know that we're going to win. All of us are going to win. And they know that. And this is why they create chaos. Please have no doubt we will win. And I want to say the message that Ralph's son Kevin shared at his funeral, that we're not all going to be Ralph. We're not all going to do what Ralph does, but we all can do something, and we all have to do something. Long live Ralph Poynter. Haiti, Palestine, same struggle, same fight. Haiti, Palestine, same struggle, same fight.
The next performers is the choir, the Red Billy and Church of Stop Shopping. Red Billy and Church of Stop Shopping.
Isn't that kind of strange? Or what do you think, Ralph? Going into corporations and interrupting the consumers?
I don't know about that. And Will said, oh, go in there. He said, that's what labor did, that's what civil rights did, that's what women did, that's what peace did, that's what ACT UP did. Music, stop them. Interrupt them with your music. Will said, go into that Walmart, give $15 an hour. Go into that JP Morgan Chase. They have to stop financing pollution. Go into that Gap store. They have to stop with their sweatshops. Go in there. Go in there. Become a radical American again. Sing it out. Sing it out.
gonna curse these people out tomorrow, making this a surprise to me. I paint revolutionaries. That's what I do. And when people ask me, why do you only paint revolutionaries? And I say to them, because I'm oppressed. And we want to give grandeur to those who fight and those who will never get that grandeur by the mainstream. Those who will never get the grandeur by exploiters, by oppressors, by colonizers and racists. And we have to, have an artistic disposition in everything that we do, including in the ultimate overthrow of this rotten system. I paint because all of us have to address one thing. What is my station in this life? What is my station in the quest for a better world? And you just can't hang around and take everything for granted, because life you should never take for granted. You're here for a temporary period. And you have to say to yourself, what is it that I want to do for that world that I'm not going to see? But I have an obligation today to have an impact for it. And on that note, I say to everyone that there's different kinds of art. Remember the book, The Art of War. Okay? We have to take the disposition that's in that book. We have to be better conspirators than our oppressors. We have to plan. We have to plan for that ultimate battle. Because if you think that hanging around like a lot of my former colleagues in the Young Lords League that went to the Democratic Party, if you think that that's the way it's going to be done, then you are nothing but flirting with treason. And we have to understand that the quest for revolution means many things to many people, but we have to think about that future generation. We have to think about that future ultimate battle. That should be the main thing in our mind, whether it's painting the portrait or doing whatever we do to free our political prisoners, because they're not there to hang out. They're there because they were fighters. And that's the disposition that we have to take. Thank you. Y que viva Puerto Rico libre. My dad. Sorry, sister. I would like to ask the family members that are here to please come here to the front. Sister, can you hand me that portrait? Yeah. Your family too, sister? Get over here.
I got one.
The portrait. I still got no, brother. Bring it over here, because I have to present it to her too. And being that this is International Women's Month, I recognize this sister here, Betty, as being a soldier, because not only has she taken on the task of upholding Ralph's legacy, she's upholding the legacy of the revolutionary struggle. And that's how we have to see this, because We all have personal lives, all of us. But we have to take our personal lives and incorporate what is revolutionary principle before, during, and after our lives. Betty, I present this to you. It's a gift of love. And it was, I love Ralph because when Ralph and I met, I was painting the facade in his house in Brooklyn. And when he found out that I was a young lord and a Puerto Rican, he stopped what he was doing and gave me a hug. And there was something in that hug that it was filled with love and respect. But it was energizing to me because then I knew that I had a purpose. I had a purpose in life, and there was value in my history and my place in the struggle. Thank you. To the children and I'm getting there. You know, when you get to be a certain age, you get to see everybody that's gone, you know, after you, and that's how we have to see the struggle. You know, when I say that we have to, whatever we do today, we're doing it for a future world. And Ralph, I want you to know that your father, your grandfather, and in some cases your great-grandfather, what he had in his mind on you, but through you, he was looking at a whole generation living under an emancipated rule. And that's how we have to see family. We have to, look at family like the closest thing amongst the human family that we want to fight for. And it's in that vein that I present this to y'all. If you want to make copies of it, I'll take y'all to Blake and we'll make some dope copies that won't look any different than the original. Okay? I want you to know that I respected your grandfather very much, and I hope to emulate many of his traits in whatever years I have left. Thank you. Y que viva Puerto Rico libre once again.
I just want to say, we have such great history in this room. People who did it. That brother, Poynter walks the walk you must learn about. What the young lords, under the inspiration of the Black Panthers, did in this city. There's two documentaries. Dopest Death, about Dr. Matula's Shakur, and also the other documentary, Takeover. Poynter Rivera is prominently featured in Takeover, but he was also a part of that struggle where they took over the Lincoln Hospital in New York City. We got to know these struggles. We got to know these people. We got to know the people who walk amongst us and model our lives after them. They were real revolutionaries in the truest sense of the word. So I just had to give my brother a shout out. And he said, once a young lord, always a young lord. You got to know that history. You got to know it. The next comment I want to call out, I'm so profoundly proud to just say I know a lot of the people in this room. I just like to hang out around the revolutionaries that try to model my life after them, not that I succeed, but they're the ones I look to. But Bob Letter is somebody that I knew built the battles of the WBAI, that radio station we need your support, but there's a lot of political battles going on. We were with Justice and Unity together. Bob Letter was also a former political
Well, isn't this really a beautiful evening? The coming together of so many revolutionary communities of resistance in all their beauty and all their different ways of self-expression. It's really been moving. And so I just want to put in my grain of sand to this honor and reminiscence and remembrance of the great work of Ralph Poynter. I want to mainly focus on two areas where his work and my work overlapped. And the first was the whole battle that his partner, Lynn Stewart, was forced to wage under two presidential administrations for her freedom. And Ralph was at the center of that. This battle went on for 10 years. There was first the efforts that he was central to stop the railroading of her on these phony charges. And then there was the battle over how long a sentence, and she ultimately was forced into an absurd 10-year sentence. And then she developed a second breast cancer in prison, and it was a whole struggle for not just medical care, but as our radical medical providers are always reminding us, the only true treatment for people who are sick in prison is freedom. And that must be what we think about today. And ultimately, under especially Ralph's leadership and his very democratic way of pulling together the radical left community, the Muslim community, the lawyers, progressive lawyers, and all sorts of other freedom-loving people, that community triumphed and forced the system to release Lynn far before they wanted to. And then it was Ralph who was so central for the 3 years that she lived past the twice the time that her doctors had predicted she would survive. With his loving care, she survived 3 years in freedom. Long live Lynn Stewart. The other area where Ralph and I overlapped was in our common love for People's radio station WBAI, where he and I and many others, and Mimi, who you heard earlier, have had the privilege of giving radio information to the people. And Ralph was at every point there to fight the good fight. He decided to run for the board with a slate of anti-racist activists. He eventually was elected to the Pacifica National Board, and at every point he was there to fight for financial viability to keep the station alive, but also to make sure that the voices of the voiceless, of communities, oppressed communities, were always given access to the microphone. And just finally, I want to say something about Ralph as an amazing human being. He was somebody who was always about love and about genuine caring for people and what their concerns were. And he, as Mimi Rosenberg said to me recently, Ralph cared about people who were hurt. And in fact, half the people he hung out with were social pariahs. And that was very true, and it was meaningful to me as a gay activist that Ralph was always there for queer liberation. And back to the days long before I knew him of the motorcycle shop, which became a haven for people who were turned out by society because they were queer and trans. Ralph was there. And so I really want to thank him for that and for all of his solidarity with all oppressed people. So just before we go, let's remember what several speakers have said, and especially Brother Jihad, that we have to take actual action to free our political prisoners, particularly Brother Mumia and Brother Leonard. We have to not only be marching for them, but we have to be donating money for their legal funds, their medical funds, and speak out in emails and in letters to the powers that be to make sure that we free them all. Long live Ralph Poynter. I love you.
On that note about donations, this program has a lot of speakers, as you see, a lot of performers. But if you feel that it is time for you to depart, please do so, but not without paying a visit to the donation table so that you can make a donation, and they will tell you who to make the check out to if you need to write a check and cash and whatever else. So please make a donation at the table. The next speaker is a longtime supporter and lawyer for a lot of different people in the struggle, including Mumiabu Jamal. His name is Bob Boyle. Bob Boyle, please come to the stage and be recognized for your work in this struggle.
Free Mumia. Free Leonard. Free Kamal Siddiqui. Free all political prisoners. First of all, my heartfelt condolences to the family and loved ones of Ralph Poynter. And also, I want to thank Betty Davis for giving me the honor of being here this evening, allowing me to speak, and being amongst all of you. Jihad put it in good terms earlier when he said that when we work to free political prisoners, it's work. And I wanted to share some of the lessons that I got from Ralph and from Lynn in that struggle. I mean, believe it or not, there was a time when I was one of the younger people, younger lawyers, doing this kind of work. And when you're doing political work and you're doing legal political work, you know, the drudge work has to get done. You know, the writing of the papers. Before printers, and we used to have big tables and sort everything right there, because that's the work, and Ralph did that. You know, Ralph's an educator, a scholar, you know, an activist, but he did all that drudge work as well. And we all have to do that. You know, we used to go into MCC, Metropolitan Correctional Center, at night to see particularly these political prisoners known as the Ohio 7, who we represented. You know, when we came out at 9 o'clock at night on a cold February night, Ralph was there with a car to take us home. He understood that it's really a community. And I'll always be grateful to him for that because it's a lesson I learned. I wanted to speak for a couple of minutes about Ralph's role in the effort to free Lynn, which was ultimately successful. Not as soon as we would have liked, but it was successful. You know, Ralph taught us that you keep politics in command. And for a while, the government was dangling Lynn's freedom, you know, and making, well, if she only would say something, not cooperation, if she would say something that, you know, we could have faith to let her out of prison. But, you know, we struggled, and sometimes the struggles we heated. But Ralph was keeping politics in command, and Lynn was freed with his efforts, with all our efforts, Betty's efforts, you know, with keeping those politics. So it is possible. And we just have to keep our eyes on the ball and keep those politics in command, because that's how we're going to free all of the political prisoners. So thank you, everybody.
I got some bad news, y'all. I got some bad news. It ain't good. I'm a little upset. I just went back to the table to ask how much money was raised. raised tonight so far? I counted $70. They said it was a little more than that, but all I saw was $70. I didn't see the check. I saw cash, and it wasn't a lot. They said it was more than 70. I'm saying I saw what I saw, and it wasn't much. Please, please realize what this is about tonight, and that Ralph wanted us to raise funds for the Mumia campaign, and the goal today is $4,000. I think that we can get that number from 70 whatever up to 4,000. I'd love to see it go past that. So just keep that in mind as we are here listening to all these people talk about how much we love Ralph Poynter and the work that he did. Thank you. The next person we're going to hear from, unfortunately, can't be here with us tonight, but he is here in spirit and by voice through a recording. His name, you've heard it before, is Mumia Abu Jamal.
The English poet William Wordsworth once said, "The child is the father of the man." Rarely has such an anecdote been so true as in the wild rebel life of Ralph Poynter. Poynter, a member of the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army, is perhaps best known, at least in recent days, as the man who fought hardest for the freedom of his imprisoned radical wife, lawyer Lynn Stewart. He stood alone in the sweltering Washington, D.C. summer sun for hours with a sign in front of the White House demanding her freedom. But a reflection on this youth shows an unusual child. One of 6 children of the Poynter family in a small steel town in western Pennsylvania called Vandenberg, a few miles from Pittsburgh. His father, George Poynter, was a union organizer there, and little Ralph would actually accompany him when he was just 6 years old. At 12 years old, he took pleasure playing in the snow, making snowballs and throwing them as far as he could. One day, another union organizer saw the boy throwing snowballs and said to Ralph, "You're pretty good with that snowball, aren't you?" Ralph replied, "Of course. I can hit anything I aim for, no matter how far." The union organizer asked him to climb a hill overlooking the steel mill and explained to the boy that the union was on strike against the mill, and the guys being driven there were scabs or men trying to take union jobs. He then asked Ralph to pack his snowballs with big rocks. Ralph did so. When he asked Ralph if he could throw these rock snowballs at the trucks that stood in front of the mill and hit their front windows, you can almost guess young Ralph's response. Of course. Ralph threw for most of the day and hit exactly what he aimed for. That night, the union organizer went to Ralph's home and told his father that Ralph was very instrumental to the union's success in striking against the mill. Ralph Poynter helped the union before he even became a teenager. When he went to the local elementary school's 3rd grade, he learned what his older brothers had learned years before. And colored boys, well, that's what they called them back then, couldn't go to school without encountering violence, as there were so few colored people in the town. Ralph was beaten, and his new hat and jacket, made by his mother, that messed up. When he saw how sad his mother was at seeing his state, he resolved to end it the next time it occurred. The next day, when his attackers came at him, he didn't run. Instead, he stood his ground and fought back vigorously. Before long, his attackers began to flee. He learned a life lesson about self-defense that would years later inform his political. Now the words of Ralph Poynter, quote, "Black lives have never mattered, except during slavery and other circumstances where money is being made by our labors for others. The modern death penalty, 80% black, moved lynching indoors. The police, as the army of occupation, have taken lynching outdoors again," unquote. Ralph Poynter. Ralph Poynter, skilled worker, elementary school teacher, investigator for his lawyer wife, Union brother, revolutionary, returns to his ancestors after 89 winters in America with love, not fear. This is Mumia Abu Jamal.
And next, we're going to have, yes, she is Ralph's beloved goddaughter. I gotta take my glasses off. And I gotta take my glasses off. But goddaughter, Cheryl, please come up. We love hearing from you, and we just thank everybody here. All right.
Revolutionary person in the late 1980s. I turned to the left, turned to the right. I had no one. And then I found Mama Betty and Baba Ralph. And they were my political godparents and my mentors. And they poured into me. And as a result, I was able to spread my wings and do what I came here to do. So I love them for helping me find my purpose. And so I have this poem tonight that I wrote, and I want to share with all of you.
Yeah, Brandon, I think the battery cut.
Let us be the light that we want to see in the world. That flicker of hope that outshines hopelessness. That high vibration of unconditional love that heals brokenness. Let us be the light that we want to see in the world. Although it's so much easier to just observe and complain, let us be that vibration of peace and harmony that shatters suffering and pain. For the challenges of life are not meant to break us or dim our light. With the right perception, they can fuel us and give us strength to take flight to a higher plane of existence where we vibrate joy so that we can be the light that we want to see in the world. That voice of optimism that silences pessimism, that ripple of positivity that overwhelms and drowns out negativity. Living the motto that I am my brother and because I know that together we are stronger and separated we are weaker. I know. Being the light is much easier said than done, as long as we continue to believe in the illusion that we are individuals, not part of the one. Divine expression sourcing from the cosmic mind of our Creator manifesting as creation itself. Therein lies the key to open your third eye so that you can see that there is truly no I, just variations of we. Now, be the light that you want to see in the world, that you want to see in me. Thank you.
When the Central Board mandated the Holocaust curriculum, she said, wait a minute, which Holocaust are they talking about? And she led the entire high school into the street to protest because she says, we want to know about our Holocaust too.
The next poet we're going to hear from is Steve Bloom with the Spirit of Mandela and the People's Senate. All right.
Thank you. I read this poem at an event that Ralph organized. I don't remember when, I don't remember the occasion, but I think I will always remember Ralph standing up and cheering and clapping louder and longer than everybody else when I was finished. The bell. Listen as it reverberates for Sean 50 times, once for every bullet propelled from a policeman's gun, then 50 times for how many others over so many years. Let our bell ring true. You'll find no justice here. Fatally flawed police work, but not criminal, Judge Arthur Cooperman proclaims. His honor does not seem to comprehend. Fatally flawed police work is criminal, and so is a fatally flawed judgment, though this by now is too well known. So I decide upon a proclamation of my own. Let our bell sound loud enough to call out 50 times 50 times 50, and even more. As many powers of 50 as we require, marching proud enough to disarm all the criminals draped in their judicial robes or brandishing policemen's guns, and then an honest justice based on truths we hold self-evident may finally be done. I'm going to do one more. I wrote this poem. I wrote this poem 15 years ago. I might have written it yesterday. New Year, Gaza, 2008, 2009. Call out the names of the dead so that we may mourn. Call out the names of the dead. Call out the names of their killers so that we may rage as we mourn. Call out the names of their killers. Call out the names of those who march in protest so that we may give thanks as we rage and mourn. call out the names of those who march in protest. Call out the names peace, justice, freedom, Palestine, so that we may hope as we give thanks, rage, and mourn. Call out the names peace, justice, freedom, Palestine. And when the time has come to call out the names of all those who remain silent as we are calling out these names, let us pray that yours will not be among them. Thank you.
The next performers that we're going to hear is the Richard Clemens Trio, and they're going to do an amazing jazz rendition. Excuse me? A Night in Tunisia.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to let people know, I'm not going to interrupt the band at all, but we have a beautiful cake we're going to be bringing out for Ralph. But today is his birthday. So sorry to interrupt. I got to sing the voice for your band.
settle down. Settle down. I know it's getting late, y'all, but we still got a couple more speakers to get through. And we also have some fundraising to do. We're going to have a couple people. We're in the church. We are in the church. We're going to have a couple people walk around with some baskets and be on the lookout for them as they're going to come through. And one of the people that's going to come around is King Downing. And
it might be mixing. They're going to just go in there. It goes with the kids.
okay. Well, we're going to have one speaker, and then we'll let you know. The next speaker that's coming up on stage is a longtime housing advocate, and this person's name is Nellie Bailey.
debt
with Ralph. I hope that I would have had as long as the brothers, but I see that my shoulder is being pulled here. But these are tumultuous times. But the ruling class, U.S. imperialism, is on its way out. There is a new currency that is being born outside of the BRIC nations. We are witnessing a period in our lives that we will never see again for those of us in the twilight years of our existence. All power to the people, all power to the memory of Ralph Poynter. And Ralph, I want to thank you for every single moment and hour of conversation that you gave me and the understanding we had about the demise of the U.S. ruling class. Long live resistance, long live revolutionary resistance, and the spirit of Ralph Poynter, who among us won't call, and there will never be another. Let's hope there will be others like him, because he has made that all possible. Thank you so much, brothers and sisters.
The next speaker or poet is an advocate for the African Graves Matter. African Graves Matter. And that poet is Sister Nzinga.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm so humbled to be here and to have been among so many warriors, just giants in this struggle. I met Mr. Ralph Poynter and Miss Betty Davis when we were on Church Avenue between Bedford and Flowers, trying to save that space from having a quote-unquote unaffordable housing development place on the site of a burial ground. That's how I met him. And every conversation I had with Mr. Poynter, we talked about the fight, the struggle. So my poem is entitled We Will, but I'm going to need a little bit of audience participation. All right now, every time I say who will pick up the fight, all I need you to say is we will. Got that? All right now, who will pick up the fight? We will. Who will pick up the fight? We will. Who will pick up the fight? We will. When we hear the cry, we will answer the call. decry systemic racism that causes black mothers and their babies to die in childbirth at the hands of xenophobic doctors who devalue their work. We will fight against a system that uses media and propaganda to normalize murder and massacre. We will fight against oppression, repression, and inequality, against all forms of racist government policies that fund war but don't feed the poor, that oppress but don't house the homeless, that advocate genocide, hunger, and poverty, yet condemns the people's right to fight to protect their land, life, and liberty. Who will pick up the fight? We will. Who will pick up the fight? We will. Who will pick up the fight? We will. We will raise our voice against elected officials who defend subway vigilantes, who kill innocent people, then use their influence to make their crimes seem legal. We will not support policymakers who publicly condemn immorality, then sign legislation that supports capitalism privately. We will turn a deaf ear to those who spew out senseless rhetoric, complete with lies, false promises, and bullshit. And to those who oppose the teaching of Black history, your truth about Black history is nothing short of a lie. So we could never rely on you to teach the truth to our youth about their rich culture and royalty. So we will fight to control our own schools and communities. We will fight to make right the wrong still lingering from the past. We will fight to free every political prisoner who is languishing in a death camp. We will fight from Bed-Stuy to East New York. We will fight from New York to Buffalo. We will fight from Mississippi to Chicago. We will fight from Gaza to Haiti to Cuba to Africa. We will fight. Who will pick up the fight? We will. Who will pick up the fight? We will. Who will pick up the fight? We will. Thank you.
The family to come up. Gil is going to give you buckets. Mrs. Day is performing. We're going to ask you to pass some buckets because we got to get out of here shortly. So please, there's cake and food.
We're going to be passing the bucket, and since the CJ is going to be performing, you got to get out of here. We're going to have to try to make everything look as tight as possible, and you guys can have the table we're passing the bucket.
Now we have this table.
And Sister Siddiqui is the daughter of political prisoner Kamal Siddiqui, who is in Atlanta, and he is forced to serve a time of a life in prison plus 10 years. So please give it up for Kasise.
All power to the people.
The last time I did a performance was in 2019. Sister Betty and Baba Ralph were there, and I could hear Baba Ralph's voice in the background when I was talking, and he encouraged me. And I was able to perform in DC and just kept telling my story. I'm coming out
It's okay, it's not now. That's what I want to know.
of my mommy's womb. Mommy, Why are you trembling? Daddy, I don't hear your voice. My father was wanted by the FBI the day I was born. In 1971 on October 9th. My mommy was so scared. She didn't know what to do. And it was 1971. It was the year of the revolution will not be televised. I was a blah baby. Y'all know what blah babies are? I didn't meet my daddy until 9 months later after my birth. My mom used to bring me to the Black Panther office in South Jamaica, Queens, with other comrades like John Thomas and Twyman Myers and Phyllis Pollock. It was Twyman Myers that named me Kasise. One day, my father showed up at the Black Panther Party office in Jamaica, Queens, because he was underground. And when my father saw me, of course he reached out to me. Kasise, I don't know my daddy. And I cried. And my father's comrade, John Thomas, said, "Oh, Freddie, that baby don't even want you." But my father was determined to have a relationship with me. And he took me from my mother's arms and put me on his shoulders and took me for a whole day. And when I came back, I was just a grinning because I had been with my daddy. And that was the first time that we bonded. You know, my father, as a young Black Panther, was full of fire and is full of fire. I was born to be a revolutionary, to enjoin what is right and to forbid what is wrong. It is my heroes, of Brother Malcolm and Stokely Carmichael, and it is the teachings in my political education classes that have taught me concepts of socialism and colonialism and classism and that beast called racism. And I have to do something. I have to take the streets. And my father did take the streets. He would be out there selling Black Panther papers to educate the masses. Do you know, my father asked me, Kasise, why did you choose me to be your father? He and my mother, PJ. And you know why I chose them? Because I chose them because of love. My parents are not here today. My father is behind the wall, serving a life sentence. My mother, Pamela, another Black Panther warrior woman, has dedicated her life to liberation. And she has been sick. So I am here because the message from 1971 is the same message of today. That we have to free our political prisoners. Free them all. And the message of 1971, where we were giving out, where my parents were giving out Black Panther papers, today we give out other materials for our political prisoners to free them. So I'm here to continue the message and to pass it on, because this is a generational message. And we have to teach our children. All power to the people.
There's
something in the bucket.
And we want you to start coming up and getting cake to take with you. There's empty dollars in the back and some napkins, and take them with you as well.
And as you move and make your moves to the cake and to the empanadas,
Asking Pam and Chairman Fred to come up.
come on up. Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. is in the building. Have you seen Judas in the Black Messiah where we took the picture of his father and how he united the people in Chicago and around the country and the punishment that he faced for doing that amazing work? His son is here today, Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. And also is here is Pam Africa, who has spearheaded the campaign to free Mumia Abu-Jamal, and her tireless, relentless fight continues. Put your hands together for Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. and Pam Africa.
We want to thank Ben, Wonder Woman, the
Donation using that funny sign. It's in the back.
Use the mic.
The sign is in the back. Okay? And
How about this?
Have a seat. And we'll bring the food to you, but people put something in the bucket.
please do, please. We can't say enough how we need funds. Mooney is sick inside the prison, and a lot of political prisoners is sick inside the prison. In order to bring our political prisoners home, we need money. We need boots on the ground. We need people on the corners passing out information about what's going on. We need people to go inside these buildings, in the governor's office, yes, in his freaking office, up in his face with information. We would like people to really dig in your pockets because we really, really need your help. I'm saying the demonstrations and things we put on, time is of the essence right now. So Chairman Fred, Rachel is going to speak, and all I can say, I have a whole lot more to say, but the time is short right now. We got to be out here by 9 o'clock. But please, if you dug in your pocket and you gave all but $10, can you pull another dollar out? And this is very, very important. Little Peltier needs our help. Munya needs our help. And please stand fast and donate.
Not for me.
Well, we look at it all the time. Anyway, let's open up this revolutionary ritual man for our former comrade Ralph Poynter. Now, heads up, eyes open, fist clenched. Y'all want to fist that? We'll fist that. Long live Ralph Poynter. Well, look here. I know what Viola, say cool, so many others, man. We've been taking some hard hits, some H-A-R-D, some A-T-A-R-T hits, y'all. We got no ways we can look at this, so we can be somber, say, well, Ralph says some bad news, whatever. But the deal is, listen up. The deal is, y'all, we have to up the ante. We have to hide the contradictions, y'all. We have to be armed with a politic that distinguishes liberating from stealing, reactionary revolution, and also, in particular, from existing from living. Right on? Ralph Poynter lived, he continues to live. Right on? I ain't gonna tell y'all, when I was held captive in those concentration camps, not those prisons. When I was held captive in those concentration camps, and I ain't gonna tell them all this telling the room they had to leave out, but I'm gonna clip and salute for the role they played. We were saying, keep getting back at things. I'm gonna listen to UAP News said, would it not been for the people, I would have came out there in a pan box, they'll come out there at all. And the reality is we do go through battle fatigue, y'all. We do go through battle fatigue. And some of the things that keep us inspired, the names like Mumia Abu-Jamal, Little Peltier, so many others, who was taken in before I got locked up and still is held captive now. I looked in the spirit of still shopping, still the men and women shopping, the men and women, y'all. We gotta make sure we put the campaign, what I'm saying, and distinguish that there's a difference between a war and a revolution. A war is two occupying armies, that's two to get out. A revolution will gain the mass participation of the mass of the people. These days, give it our poetry, the money in our pocketbooks, we should donate to the campaigns and tie it in our everyday life. Not just doing February, not just doing election time, but internalize. Well? So again, my comrade stated, those who gave, who can give again. I am honored and humbled to be here, y'all. Where I'm going, hey, man, hey, a legend. Betty, I'm so honored and I'm humbled to send you to the last up here. Give me up here. I'm honored and humbled, y'all. These are, as I said before, I'll never say it again, these are our real, as opposed to role models, these are our real models. Right on? Right on. Proud to be free of all. Free of all.
All right. My name is Rachel Wolkenstein. A lot of you don't know me, but I want to say I've been around for a very long time, and I'm really honored to be asked to say something here at Ralph's memorial celebration of his life, his struggle, his fight, his being a leader, his being an educator. I want to say a couple things about Mumia. Contrary to some of the discussion going on here, I want to make it really clear that despite and even with all the legal work done for Mumia, his life was saved. He was saved from execution by an international, worldwide campaign that began back in 1990. A lot of years, a lot of things from 1995. By 1995, there were millions of people all around the world fighting for Mumia. And that's what saved his life. That is what saved. So there's no reason to denigrate or to say we don't need mass movement. The problem is to build the mass movement. And Ralph was all about the organization and understanding what I call, from my political background, class struggle defense, which means using every single legal opportunity, aggressive legal work, with a political perspective, and understanding that while you seek help from everywhere and anyone, you can't count on the courts, the state, the politicians to provide the way forward. So that applies to everything, and it applies to fundraising. And it's not just about getting the lawyers and having the lawyers, because you need the right lawyer. Every lawyer is not interchangeable. Okay, I'm concluding right now by saying we need the money. We need the money for all the work that needs to be done to get Class 4 prisoners out of prison. And our political prisoners here are Class 4 prisoners. They're in prison because they have stood in opposition to the capitalist state, to racism, to imperialism. With that,